Hey, look, my transition worked like I'm supposed to. Nice. Anyways, hello. Welcome back to Impact 3rd. Nothing bad's gonna happen this stream. Definitely not. Like, don't worry about this. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Himeko is gonna be fine. Guys, trust me. Himeko will be fine. Trust. I promise things are okay. Nothing bad is gonna happen. For sure. So last time we, what did we do last time? I've done a few things. We did the Chronicle stages on my account, because obviously Insane's account is, a problem, right? There's stamina restrictions, but I did all those, so we know what was happening in the background. Definitely things were fine. And now we have to continue the main story on his account. I've also managed to, beef his accounts up a little bit, so he's finally hit level 80. He has the new Sealy, so his account actually has, like, useful shit. I just can't level anybody because he has, like, absolutely no money and no, like, level mats, which sucks. But we actually have, like, a couple of level 80 characters and some decent gear in a couple of them, so I have a few actual good characters now for him to use. Insane's account stresses me out, dude. It's so rough. Mom is so dead. No! What? No. Honkai Mom is fine. Don't worry about it, Grail. Let's see. 25 hit combo, 1 Himeko battlesuit. Oh, they're giving me Vermilion Knight, too. Dude, I haven't played Vermilion Knight in ages. I wish he was still, like, really good. Brzap. The fire spread in the darkness. The burning embers shone like the morning sun. Everything was baptized in the blazing fire. Space curvature anomaly detected. I've never seen Honkai energy levels this high. More hostiles incoming. We must stop the Herrscher from summoning more minions. Thanks, Tesla. I'll distract the enemies. Focus on saving the wounded. Can we restart the Hyperion's engines? Port side armor plating compromised. Drive chamber impacted. Shock absorbing systems damaged. Also, I guess we didn't really do this, but, like, I think Shixel HQ, like the open world stuff, explains a little bit as to how Himeko got the Vermilion Knight battlesuit. This is based off the, oh, what the fuck was it called? It's the same thing that gave Dr. May radiation poison that killed her. Because it's not technically her being a Herrscher, but they've been planted the Gem of Haste into it anyway. So, like, I forget what it was called. It's a divine key, but it's a divine key that's meant to take any Herrscher core and turn it into a weapon to give the wielder Herrscher level powers, but in doing so, it, like, exposes them to massive amounts of radiation. We'll need time to make her airworthy again. Drive conversion rates. Calm down. Just tell me how much time you need. 3 minutes. Just give me 3 minutes and we'll be out of this place. Alright, let's see. Can I get a 25 hit combo without killing everything? Yeah, we can. Okay, cool, we got it. Bonk. I forgot how, like, fun this battlesuit was. It doesn't compare to, like, all the new stuff, but, like, it is a really good battlesuit. And bonk. It was one of the first battlesuits we had that actually added, like, a lot of the, oh, what's what I'm looking for? It was a lot of mobility that we didn't have before. Which is funny because Himeko originally was, like, really, like, stilted in. Difficult to control. And bonk that. See ya. How about no, Zambi? Up, somebody intervened. Who was that? Was that Rita? Did Rita help us? I don't think Rita helped us. I forgot actually who saves Himeko here. It's been so long since I've played this that, like, I don't really remember the specifics. Alright. 52 minutes ago, outside Helheim Labs Jigsaw HQ.
Kiana-chan.
Oh, right, yeah, Teddy does show up. Principal? Great. I've managed to catch up. Professor, I've met up with May, but Kiana. High Honkai energy readings detected in Kiana's body. We're getting a reading of 4,458 Honkai watts. Is this reader broken? Where's your mech unit? I have not received signals from any of the 67 mech units of the Vanguard. The number of hostiles is still increasing. Many are joining the battlefield as we speak. The situation is not looking good for us. I've no choice. I can't read. I've no choice but to bet on this. We have a chance of winning if we can stir Kiana's sense of self. Well, you can try, Teddy. I don't know how well that's going to work for you. The will of the guard is electrifying key. The Herrschers disappeared. Alright, what was... Did I have to do an ult? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Also, Teddy is not type countering this. That's annoying. Alright, who's next? Why am I getting readings everywhere? Watch out, these lightning checks are from the Honkai Dragon. Or, you know, the Honkai Dragon. Alright, go, May! You type counter these things where Teddy does not. I'm starting to remember how this works. Ow. Rude. Let's get these on the same side here at least. Hey, rude? Stop that. Alright, we can't take more than 2,000 damage. Alright. I need you to stop breathing. Got it. Report. Teddy and Raiden May have engaged with the Herrscher. The Honkai beasts have blocked off the battlefield. The mechs cannot provide effective support. There are too many of them. We'll lose contact with our Vanguard if this goes on. The situation looks worse than I expected. Should I activate the system here? This will give us the edge we need. No. The system can only be used once. What is she talking about here? I'm trying to remember what Einstein's plan was. Now is not yet the time. I must wait for a better opportunity. The elevator to the bridge opened while Einstein was deep in her thoughts. A figure walked out slowly from the lift. Einstein frowned when she saw her. You're awake? Oh, that must be... It says her, but like... Who the fuck is that? Wait, hold on. Who in Andy... Wait, hold on. Who's in the comment? Must be Bronya, right? Because she doesn't know that Bronya's up. That has to be, right? Because who else would it be? Like, it wouldn't be Welt or anything. It said she. And no other like members of Anti-Entropy should be here right now, so... What? This is suicidal, miss. It seems you've made up your mind. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Take this weapon. You'll need it. Don't mention it. Just don't forget to bring it back to me when you're done. The professor's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow when she handed over the weapon. Please, try not to lose this. Is that... No, because it would have been Fuhua. Like, because I'm thinking, like, was the weapon that she gave her, like, the like, Honkai inhibitor thing that, like, Fuhua gives to, like, Himeko later? Who the fuck was that? God, I haven't played this in years. I forgot who the fuck that was. I mean, I guess we'll find out, but... Huff, huff. Pathetic vermin. Lowly insects. Fight all you want. You will only make it easier for me. After all this while, you still don't understand, do you? Why do you bar my path, little girl? Shut up. That body does not belong to you. A greedy human made this body as a vessel for me. Now, if Fuwa was shot by now... Yeah, but, like, if Fuwa was shot by now, that doesn't mean that, like, Einstein knows about it, though. Right? Because, like, when Otto shoots Fuwa, he puts her in a stasis chamber. She stays there in that stasis chamber until Senti awakens. Right? So, like, she astral projects, and then she has the serum, and then when Himiko's in, like, it's not a prison, she's in, like, a cell thing, then Fuwa, as her astral projection as Phoenix, gives Himeko the, like, Honkai inhibitor stuff, if I remember right. And she only astral projects because she removed her consciousness out of her body. So, like, does Einstein know about that? Tesla gave Himeko the serum. Are we sure it was Tesla? I'm pretty sure that was Fuwa in her Phoenix form, unless that got changed. I'm pretty sure, because I remember this being a thing of, like, it was what introduced us to Fuwa, like, astral projecting herself. And then that became a thing later when Kiana's, like, running away in Arc City. Who led her to the suit? I feel like you have that backwards. I feel like Tesla and, like, what I remember is, like, Tesla and Himeko were working through Shixel Labs and found the Vermilion Knight battlesuit. And then later, when Himiko's in, like, the not cell thing, then it's Fuwa that gives her this here. I guess we'll find out. This is what this is about. But, like, that's what I remember. But, like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember. Again, this has been years since I've done this. But I feel like Fuwa gave her the serum. That's what I remember. It's an offering for my rebirth. Also, completely unrelated to this, I love how, like, they do the Herrscher voice here. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll find out, Krail, if you're right or wrong. I feel like you've got that backwards, but I guess we'll find out, because, I mean, it's been literally years since I played this. Her void powers are immense. I can't even get close to her. It's day and night difference from Wendy and me. True Herrscher powers. I mean, Wendy was a true Herrscher, kinda. Just she didn't fully awaken it yet. I suppose insects provide some form of amusement. Your clumsy dance steps make me laugh. Oh, she actually calls her Bella. She doesn't say Benares. She literally says, Bella, go give them a dance lesson. That's so fun. I love that she just calls her by that name immediately. Incoming attack. May, watch out. No, this is a problem. The dragon soared into the air. Blazing arcs of electricity spewed from its mouth. But its breath collided with several rounds of black energy orbs that suddenly appeared. A blinding explosion. May and Teresa looked at one another, or looked at the one who launched the energy bombs. I can't read. Anti-Honkai force field. Fully functional. That must have been Bronya earlier, because they must have given her, like, other stuff. Yamabuki armor potential maxed, operating at maximum output. Good job, Bronya. You got your shield thing now. Bronya? Bronya, why are you here? She's providing the shield for you, May. That's why she's here, obviously. Bronya is happy to see May and the principal. Bronya came in time. Bronya has rested for long enough. Bronya shall report back to duty. Good job, Bronya. We're proud of you. Okay, now, what am I supposed to do here? Alright, do it fast and don't take damage. Got it. Now, let's see. Yeah, Teddy should be able to do this. I fought Bella enough that this should be easy enough to do. Hey, don't stun me, Bella. That's rude. Hey, get back here, Bella. Nope. Hey, hold on a second. I did the thing. Now let's just use my thing. No. Bella, get back here. Stop that. You're almost dead. Right, get out of here. Bye, Bella. And she's gone. What a disappointing start. No matter. The queen shall settle this herself. Let's get the actual show started. I'm beginning to tire of this pathetic stage. Alright, Kiana. Don't worry. We'll deal. Oh, we've changed to the S rank Teddy. The surroundings have changed. Wait, we've been teleported away. Oh, they're playing Befall in the background. Nice. We lost contact with the Hyperion. Bronya cannot triangulate our current location. Time to have the bad people leave, one at a time. We'll start with the girl with the funny hairdo. Then the girl with that big cross. Alright, my other half. It's just you and me now. Let's finish our last dance and complete the ritual. Even as the Herrscher of the Void, she refers to May as her other half. Sidon the Brat is such an era. Dude, I love how bratty Sidon is. Like, I do wish that, like, if they were to, like, re-release Impact 3rd, right, and, like, redo this, I kind of wish that they would lean a little bit more into the way that Sidon spoke in the manga. Just a bit. Because she is a brat, and I love her for it. And she also comes off as, like, a very, like, petulant child, so I wouldn't mind them, like, changing a bit of how she speaks to be more in line with that. Good. Now let me take a closer look at how insects struggle in vain. May, Bronya, maintain formation. Buckle up, girls. We're doing this. You shall not prevail here. We will defeat you. Hey, S-Ring Teddy. I haven't used this one in a long time. Alright, come here, Kiana. I'm just throwing that with the Judah. It's so silly. What is my thing? I use ultimate once, clear the stage quickly. Okay, that's fine. Alright, Kiana, get back here. Got you, baby doll. Ew. Ugh. I hated reading that. Principal Teresa. The dizzying sense of zero gravity hit Teresa hard. When she regained her senses, Teresa saw her body launched into midair. An unseen force gripped her neck and her limbs. Never expected such a cute little thing to pack so much power. Your eyes betray emotions of care, love, and plenty of regret. I remember seeing those eyes before I fell asleep. I kind of like that Sidon, in control of Kiana's body, does remember the events of the previous era, or not of the previous time she was alive. Not like, I kind of like that she just sort of like exists in the gem. She extended her hand and fantasized about helping me. What a fool. I see you're talking about Cecilia. She didn't understand me. She was powerless to save anything. She was a self-righteous idiot who indulged stupid fairy tales of saving and redeeming others. You hardly changed at all. That's right. I know that. That's how I catch my foe. Oh. What are you gonna do, Teddy? I kind of miss these old CGs. These are nice. You're finally within firing range. Those chains again. Don't you ever give up. I feel like for people who have not read like the second Eruption manga, this might come off as like somewhat confusing. Like, yeah, they gave us like a sort of crash course introduction to it earlier, but like Siden's familiarity with Teddy might be somewhat confusing for players who have not read that. It's different this time. Star of Eden. Switch to level 1 output. All powers to max. See, that's what it was. It was Bronya. It was Bronya, and they just gave her Star of Eden. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, there's no way it's Fuhua yet. Like, they show us when Fuhua gets shot, and there's no reason why she'd show up to talk to Einstein. Low-res Crush CG coming? Yeah. A powerful gravity wave washed over the Herrscher, driving the anti-Honkai shackles deeper into her body. You can't escape. The Oath of Judah has caught you. I won't let go, even at the cost of my life. Oh, really? I love the oh. That's good. I also like that they added this thing where whenever Siden talks, they add like a little star to her. That's kind of fun. Especially later when we get like her playable, like the Captain Verse battle suit where she summons stars and things. That's also really fun. I like that. Do you really think these ancient toys can work on me? Dude, the fucking aura that like Kiana has at this time, wild shit. What? Do you feel smart? Is victory within sight? Feeling hopeful yet? Exciting dramas tend to have a heart-rending climax. I love those shows. Siden, you never watched those shows. That's Kiana's influence on you. The will to survive, hope for the future, doing anything you can to defend all those that you hold dear. Nothing but pathetic toys before me. Can you imagine if like another like Hoyo property did something like this? Of like having your protagonist become a bad guy, at least for a little while. That'd be wild. They don't do this shit anymore. Your existence is worthless. Oh, you're not gonna like voice her actual evil laugh? Come on. Report. Honk energy spike detected. The wavelength coincides with the Gem of Serenity. Gem of Serenity? No, wait. So it was there all along. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Like, the Gem of Serenity is for like the Herrscher of Death. That's not the Herrscher of the Void's core. The Void core is like half broken, so technically Kiana has 2 cores in her right now. Which was like really confusing because like later I tried to figure out like where all the gems went. And like the Gem of Haste, which remember Siden gets from like the moon, is what goes into the Vermilion Knight suit, which is what kills Himeko eventually. Or one of the many reasons why. And then like later Kiana fully activates it as a proper Herrscher core when she gets the Flame Scion battle suit. But like right now, Kiana technically has 2 cores because her clone only like came alive because of the fractured Void core, which was like really not well communicated. The Gem of Serenity was implanted into Kiana's body to wake the Herrscher. Yep. To give her enough Honk energy to awaken Siden's personality. Alright, what's next? Oh, I get to play? Oh, right, I forgot! Do you want to get this body back and save the girl? You are, right? Is she a loved friend or a member of your little family? Did you build sweet little memories together? Made any lasting promises? If that's the case, then I shall kill you one by one with her hands and her body. Those who love her and are trying to save her shall suffer a most grisly death. Kind of right by the seat of their pants writing a story at this point, though. This is true. They were. And you can tell. I mean, it's definitely rough. Like, it's not like this is perfect, but like, early Hoyo was wild, dude. It was kind of like the Wild West of shit. I shall shatter your beautiful memories and transform them into a hellscape of despair and pain. She will then witness your mangled bodies before I smother her out for good. Hold on. I heard Kiana's voice in there a bit. Family, friends, happiness, dreams, future, and hope. She does not deserve this. She is unworthy of this. She will never get these. I'll start with you. What? My dearest May, you are the other half of my desires, the burning passion of my soul. Wait no longer. Embrace me. Join your strength with mine. Ain't nothing straight about that. Also, I forgot that she stole her, like, Herrscher gem for a while. The Gem of Conquest. Oh, what happened? She's absorbing the Gem of Conquest. We're gonna do an evil laugh, Kiana, or are you just gonna... Okay, it's not gonna do anything. Another thing about Castellan women in general. This is a fact. This thunderclap is music to my ears. Come, offer yourself up to your god. We hereby declare Judgment Day. I do love that we get to do this. Sorry, Teddy. I get to play as a Herrscher now and kick your ass. God, implementing like the snap into things too is so fun. All right, here we go, Teddy. Have an ultimate again. Wait, she took no damage from that? Wait, what is some bullshit? Why'd you take no damage? I was gonna finish you off with the ult and everything. That's bullshit. How much real fucking beatdown this fight? Yeah, it really is a beatdown. Like, imagine for a moment, right, that like Star Wars were to have a thing where like Stella and Kalis become bad, like they become the villains. And then you do a moment where, like, they fight all the other Trailblazers and kick the shit out of them. Like, that's what this is. And I'm like, I cannot imagine Hoyo doing some shit like that. The closest thing we've had, really, was, like, Zenless having, like, Pyrois awaken and, like, beating the fuck out of, like, Billy and Premia and the rest. But, like, it's not exactly the same. Actually being able to, like, control that, that'd be, like, the sickest shit. It'd be so good. So you switch them ever? Exactly. Are you ready to accept your fate? Oh, another annoying gnat. The reaction. It's Class Monitor Fuqua. See, she hadn't been shot yet. She's still around. Morphemes, you control them? Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. I want us to be able to control them. That's why I said, like, Zenless was the closest we got to that, but that wasn't quite that, because we didn't get to control them. There's no Fuqua's not shot yet. Okay, now, let's go over here. Oh, we're gonna play as Rita. I did not expect Master Fuqua to make that choice. This is really the worst case scenario. I must return to the church and prepare for this. Once the situation gets out of control, we must prepare our holy blood. What was she meaning by that? Oh god, I haven't played Rita in so long. God, how did base Rita play again? Alright, don't get knocked down. Okay, that's fine. I completely forgot how to play this old Rita. I remember being really cool when she first came out, though. Her ass is just fully out, though. People forget how horny Hoyo has always been as a company. Even I've forgotten. I'm like, I remember us making jokes about it, but like, playing these old battles, it's like, oh yeah, this was like some wild shit they would not do now. People think Zenless has like the Gunnar bait allegations. They didn't remember early Honkai stuff. Alright, let's deal with you first. What was her ult again? Oh right! She does this shit! Oh, I completely forgot that's how she did that stuff again. That's so cool. Well, this thing's dead. There we go. Which Hoyo never made Genshin and grow as big as they are. They'd probably still be a smaller, more focused thing. Now, things all seem so much more watered down in comparison. They can be a bit, yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with that. This is something... this is a bit of a tangent, but I think we're all prepared for this. So, I have somewhat mixed feelings about the way Hoyo is these days. Because, like, Hoyo is such a massive fucking company that, like, they've got, you know, like, Nexus Animus coming out. They've got, like, 7 other projects in the works. Like, there's a lot going on with Hoyo. And they're really, really big. And games like Star Rail and Genshin are massive. Massive fan bases. And as a result, I feel like because the fandom, whenever it gets like to a certain size, it ends up becoming like kind of terrible. And comparatively, you look at like Impact Third and with Zenless, like both of those games are, you know, pretty successful for what they are, especially Impact Third being like so old and still having a dedicated fan base. Like they're doing fairly well despite being much smaller in comparison. And I feel like, generally speaking, the communities for both of those games are a lot more tolerable than the Genshin or Star Rail fans, right? Like, I remember talking to Rena the other day, and he was telling me how, like, you know, Star Rail fans hate Impact Third fans because they're so obnoxious. But I was like, I don't really know that, like, the way the people you describe don't feel like Impact Third fans at all to me. They feel like people who, like, maybe read the wikis or played, like, 20 minutes of it and, like, didn't play much else. They feel like the Genshin fans. People who, like, wanted to believe that Sarisa was actually Alicia, things like that, right? Like, no actual Impact Third fan believed that. Most people thought it was going to be Bronya or Ana, or a new character entirely. Things like that, right? And, like, the obnoxious stuff about Impact Third fans, I feel like isn't actually from Impact Third fans. I don't really see that. And I hear, like, the description of, like, how other people view us, and I'm like, I don't see any of this. Like, and I follow, like, a bunch of, like, Impact Third creators and stuff on, like, Twitter and shit. And, like, I keep up with a bunch of the way that the community discusses and talks about things. And, like, I just don't see that. Like, the stuff that I see these days, people, like, you know, end of service doom posting and, you know, complaining about the Astral Op system and things like that. But I don't see anybody really, like, being that obnoxious about too much. Maybe glazing Cyrene and Ellie a bit, but, like, there's not, like, a whole lot that I would really see as, like, an issue. But the people who are the most obnoxious are ultimately, like, the tourists, not the dedicated actual fans who play these games, right? And then when I go see, like, Star Rail and Genshin, like, they've always had, like, a division of, like, exceedingly toxic fans. Just really, really fucking annoying. Like, the Genshin people have always hated us from the very start. They didn't want to have anything to do with Impact Third. They didn't want us to have a thing. And yet every time there was a possible variant, they kept saying, well, this must be an XP of this one. And I'm like, well, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And I think for me, like the most recent example of this was like when Siren came out. There was a lot of discussion about like Siren versus Alicia, and there was a very big pushback from Star Rail only players who were like offended that you would even dare mention Alicia when discussing Siren at all. And I'm like, in my mind, I don't see how you like can't, because like when the Enforcers was being made, they very clearly used the Elysian Realm as like a basis for it. So like, you may not like that, but ultimately that is where Hoyo's head was at. When they were writing these characters, this was where their brain was at. This was the story they were attempting to tell. And you don't have to like it, but that is what it is, and it is relevant for discussing the way these characters are portrayed and handled. They didn't, like, abandon a character or assassinate them just to fit them into the Elysia mold kind of thing. Like, that was what I was told. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's how they operated here. I think they were always planning to do that from the start. But, like, the issue is never, like, it's not Impact Third or Elysia's fault. It's the fact that, like, the Star Rail, like, direction for their writing was a mess. And then Enforcers had pacing issues and stuff, right? Like, that's not Impact Third's fault. That's not the fans' fault. Like, people like myself who like really appreciate the good things about Impact Third's writing aren't the problem here. Like, us correcting you on things you clearly don't understand is not, you know, being a dick or whatever. It's not being, you know, a sort of purist, I suppose. It's just like you didn't understand what they were trying to do. And that shows. That's why you're upset. You think Siren was character assassin after 3-4 because you didn't understand what they were doing with the character to begin with. So, like, that's why you're upset. I mean, it's not to say there aren't other, like, actual valid criticisms there. There are definitely some. But, like, I see both of these kind of things happening a lot. And I'm just like, we get so much hate, like, all the time. Like, Star Rail fans and Genshin people really fucking hate us. And I'm like, we just want you guys to play the game. Just actually play it. And you'll like it. And you'll know why we like it. And then it'll be fine. But I think also, like, because our game is so small comparatively, like, that's also why the community is, like, in my view, has always been relatively chill. It's been one of the not as toxic communities, like, especially when Genshin came out. Like, Genshin's community is so fucking toxic. And, like, it's somewhat improved a little bit over the years, but not by a huge amount. It's still kind of toxic. And I still feel that way even now, like, all these years later. Like, we're coming up on our 10-year anniversary, and I'm like, I still feel that way. That the Impact Third community in general isn't, like, that bad. You've got a few really loud, annoying people, but, like, nothing too bad. I don't get on Reddit very often, so maybe there's, like, some caveats to that I don't know about. But the general vibe I get, at least, is not nearly as bad as Genshin or several people. All of the existing games feel like they aren't as good as they could potentially be if they really focus on them. I kind of agree. That's also why Zenless works for me. Is like Zenless feels like it is a smaller team. It feels like they are, like, you could feel the passion in, like, everything that is happening in Zenless. Like, even if I don't always like the decisions that they make here or there, like, Zenless feels like the team cares, and I really appreciate that. Now, I can't speak for, like, Genshin's later updates. I've heard some people really like the newer stuff, like with the moon and everything else that's happening. But as far as, like, my vibes, like, Genshin feels like, you know, the cash cow a bit. Star Rail feels a little bit like that too. But, like, Zenless and Impact Third, you can sort of feel, like, the passion behind it. Or at least with Impact Third, lately you feel like maybe things are going in a not great direction, but, like, traditionally speaking, yeah, you could feel that. Genshin really breeded an insanely toxic community, and it just bled out into a lot of other games. I kind of agree with that as well. Like, Genshin is where, like, a lot of toxicity came from. Genshin was also, like, the root of a lot of controversy and other issues, and I think that's, like, because think about, like, when Genshin came out, right? Genshin came out with COVID. And so there was a lot of, like, anti-Chinese sentiment and a lot of other stuff happening at the time, which led to, you know, the claims of, like, plagiarism and theft and a lot of just ultimately, like, racist, like, things leveled at Genshin that didn't have any real merit, but it was things people were saying anyway. And I think that, like, that kind of, like, environment and the fact that it was, like, a, you know, it was a pandemic game led to a lot of very rabid fans, for better or worse. And that led to a lot of toxicity. Like, quite a bit. And Genshin, like, I think it got so popular so fast that, like, Hoyo wasn't really, like, equipped to moderate that as well as they... like, nowadays I think they can moderate things a lot better. But, like, at the time, I don't think, like, Hoyo was really equipped to moderate, like, their communities nearly as much. Or even willing to moderate as much as they could have. So, Hoyo might take a little bit of blame for that. But, like, the communities shape how they become. And, like, man, Genshin's community... is so, or it was. I can't necessarily say for it now because I haven't played the game in ages and interacted with them at all. But, like, traditionally, Genshin's community was really, really toxic. Maybe they're better now. I don't know. Like maybe they've redeemed themselves since then. But like my impression of them was never particularly good. I don't think it's just a horrible game. I think it's horribly mismanaged, and it started as a decent enough idea. But yeah, I don't disagree with that either. How do I explain this? Genshin has aspects about it gameplay-wise that I do think are bad, but it's sort of overshadowed by the mismanagement, I think. Yeah. I think that's where I would sit with it. There are some bad things about Genshin, for sure. Did you really run fucking wild with it? Like, 0 attempts to rein in that community? Yeah, there really was, like, no attempts to rein it in. Which I think did hurt, like, the overall community vibe. Alright, 13 minutes ago, Containment Base 7, Helheim Honkai Energy System Lab, Shixal HQ. This 15 square meter room was originally used to contain test subjects. The room was furnished with only a small bed, basic sanitary facilities, and bare concrete walls. Beep beep. The test results are out. Miss Murata's vitals have returned to normal. Oh yeah, they did capture. This is why she was in the jail. I thought she was in a jail. She's still unconscious. Her body has endured extended periods of abuse and overexhaustion. Oh, don't blame yourself, Master Fuqua. It has nothing to do with the battle. We're supposed to send them back to the church. The accident was unexpected. We should treat them first. I like Rita's voice. I've provided emergency treatment using these facilities. Decent rest will restore her health. I mean, yeah, only a little bit though, Rita. Now, allow me to excuse myself. You see, Dr. Tesla must be accommodated as well. I shall meet you once everything is in place. I'm leaving this place to your care, Master Fuqua. Rita bowed and left the containment rooms briskly without giving Fuqua a second glance. Rita has all the corners covered. I'll just forget her for now. Fuqua then walked to the side of the bed. It is hard to imagine a strong warrior such as Himeko could appear so vulnerable on the sickbed. Fuqua opened her right hand towards her. A warm glow emanated from her palm. A rosy light shone on Himeko's body. Her breathing gradually became less labored. This will help soothe the pain. Several pristine feathers sparkled in the light. They slowly drifted downwards, scattering about the floor and walls, and gave off light as they floated. When the feathers finally dissipated, a brief moment of pain flashed across Fuqua's expressionless face. It's all right. I have more of these feathers. She gritted her teeth and continued to give off the light. See, they really did a lot back then to make Rita so overtly evil as possible without her actually being evil. Yeah, they really did. They were setting her and Durandal up to be, like, antagonists to some extent. Like, Durandal is still an antagonist for a while yet. Like, her and Rita both are kind of, like, semi-morally gray. And it's not until, like, after Otto dies that, like, they become not as evil. A warning. Non-combat personnel, please report to the nearest shelter. Has it finally started? I'm ready. Fuqua set her task aside and left the containment bay. Outer passageway, containment area, Honkai Energy System Labs, Helheim. Master Fuqua, the Overseer has sent a message. The experiment worked, and the Herrscher is now awakened. Let's go. Didn't never really felt menacing, though. She always felt like a hero on the wrong side. A bit, yeah. Rita has always had this sort of, like, morally gray vibe. Like, even in the Captain verse, Rita is, like, very, like, you don't know if she's a good or bad person. And even in, like, the current writing, like, she's a bit of a fucking menace. This is why I want Rita and Vita to talk more, because I need to see, like, the master rage baiter of today versus the master rage baiter of all time, because these two together need to interact. Like, I need to see Rita and Vita back and forth. Like, I need to see that. It'd be so funny. Alright, let's go. Honkai Beast, have they already made it this far? We can't let the containment facilities be destroyed. Oh, it's too far away, damn it! Okay, never mind. It's forgiving. You know what? Let's just swap to Rita. No, Rita's just a casual troll and a fucking dork who likes to make people uneasy. Yes, she does. 3 control terminals, all of them should be nearby. Rita's hilarious. Like, I love Rita so much. Like, she's such a weirdo. And she has no reason to be. She just is. Command confirmed. Generating barrier. Hostile. Okay, yeah, we got this. Let's see. All right, let's do the ult again. I want to see what this is. God, this is so cool. I forgot about this. Now that I think about, like, Agent Rita uses that stuff now too, like her little shadow clones. I'm glad that they're still doing that with her. All nearby Honkai Beast signals are gone. This place is safe for now. I've never seen the HQ so badly damaged before. Where did you imprison the red-haired girl? Don't you worry, she's well accommodated in the guard tower to the north. Defense systems over there are just as robust as what we have in the containment area. Understood. Continue your mission. Fuhua, that's not suspicious at all. What are you up to, girlie? Let's see. Looks like even back then, she always felt like she knew more than she ever said. Just like she knew just what was going on, but went along with it anyway because it was the best course. Yeah, like Rita's always like that. Like she always has this like vibe of she knows a lot more than she lets on, which is another reason why I want her and Vita to talk. Is because like they both do that. Alright, what do I need to be doing this time? No death, 25 hit combat. Okay, yeah, no, we got this. Alright. One enemy left. It won't sleep anymore. What did that mean? Was I, like, not killing these fast enough? Alright, Fuhua, let's summon you, and we'll do this. God damn, Fuhua. So many punches. Rita here, Overseer. We have neutralized all Honkai beasts infiltrating Helheim, awaiting further orders. Good. Stay put. Dudendal will lead the Immortal Blades and rendezvous with you there. Let us welcome the moment when God herself bows before humanity. You know, it upsets me greatly that her strongest old battle suit, considering it is my least favorite. Yeah, I don't think it's my favorite either. Understood. Wait, Dudendal is heading our way. Is this a problem, Fuhua? Then who's dealing with a Herrscher? She's the only one who can fight the Herrscher head on. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Teresa will help us secure Herrscher grade powers. What? Teresa is fighting the Herrscher. Oh, calm down, my friend. Hello? Hello? I like how concerned Fuhua immediately is. Apologies. Communication systems are down. I'll run a check. Rita looks so tired. An EMP attack that hit us pretty close. Comm systems are down. EM. Could it be May? Rita, fix the comm systems and contact DeRailed. Tell her that the awakened Herrscher may have broken free of controls. Muster the Valkyries. I'll delay the Herrscher to win some time. Master Fuqua. Apologies. I cannot obey. I'm glad that like Fuqua like immediately like recognizes the problems of this. She's like, wait, no, like we didn't say anything about activating like turning my friend into a Herrscher. Like she's like, wait, people are gonna die. This is a problem. Why? The Overseer did not order us to fight the Herrscher. What? Allow me to explain. The Overseer has several trump cards up his sleeve. He has yet to use any of them. The situation is still within control. He won't be pleased if we meddle with his plan. I do not intend to argue with you. You don't have to help me. Just to let you know, the plan got out of control once that Herrscher started attacking the innocent. I will stop her. You still don't understand, Master Fuqua. We're in a massive maelstrom of chaos. Every action will lead to unknown consequences. The Overseer ordered me to make sure you don't jeopardize our plans and everyone's lives. Master Fuqua, I don't want to say you're wrong, nor judge your actions. Like you, I am obliged to defend my position and uphold my duties. Talk won't resolve this. Get out of my way. If our paths must cross, then I will do what I can to defend my position. Valkyrie Rita Roswise apologizes for being rude. I probably mispronounced her last name. I can never pronounce that name right. Alright, Rita, time to beat the shit out of you. Get back here! God damn it! Quit running away, Rita! There we go. Okay, what else we need to do? Alright, complete it fast and don't die. Alright, we should be able to do an ult. Alright, get back here, Rita. I need you to stop running because you're getting on my nerves. Scythe collided with gauntlets, giving off blossoms of fiery bright sparks. Every swing was well calculated, but she's only holding out against my attacks. She's trying to delay me. I'm running out of time. This might hurt her, but I have no other choice. Are you tapping into the divine keys, Master Fuqua? Well then, to protect myself, I have no choice but to give it my best. I love how she says such, like, polite things in a very ominous way. Incoming. Oh, hi, DeRailed. What's up? There she stood. I've heard this is the first time we saw Dudendal. You can tell this art is old because she doesn't really look exactly like this in the new art stuff. Heir to the key of creation, Abyss Flower. This is none other than S-rank Valkyrie, Dudendal, the most powerful warrior of Shiksal. Master Dudendal. Enough, Rita. Understood. She has put away her scythe. Go now, Fuqua. Rita could ask you to make mac and cheese and still make you unsure of how safe it would be to do so. Yeah, she really is like that. It's great though, we love it. We cannot offer you any support, but we fight to defend our faith and the people we love. I would have made the same choice if I were in your place. Dudendal is surprisingly reasonable here. Thank you. I will repay this kindness. Fuqua leapt off the edge of the floating island and disappeared into the whirling skies. The two looked at the skies without a word. Rita was the first to break the silence. Why didn't you stop here? Or stop her, I guess? She will die. It's her choice. What a shame. I actually like her a lot. That's kind of an interesting way to write Dudendal here, of like, the implication being that both Dudendal and Rita know more about this plan than Fuqua does, and by letting her go, like, Rita's trying to stop Fuqua from killing herself against the Herrscher, or from Otto doing it, and then Dudendal seems to know this and lets it happen anyway. But, like, she does it in a way that, like, seems like it's her being nice, but it's not necessarily nice, which is kind of an interesting way to write her now. Because, like, I don't feel like Dudendal is, like, really that calculating. She's kind of, like, I wouldn't say simple-minded, but she's a Kislana at heart. It's what she does. So, I don't know. It's odd seeing her like that. It's Class Monitor Fuqua. Alright, let's go. Fuqua, May, Teresa, Bronya, get them out of here. Do not come back. Dudendal is very Kislana-minded. She just hides it a lot better. She really does. You cannot defeat this enemy. Affirmative. Bronya thanks the Class Monitor. Bronya thanks Fuqua for bringing her out of the Dreamland. Oh yeah, I'm glad we did the fucking Dreamland shit, since they directly reference it. But Fuqua doesn't even say it. That's why her hair is still blonde and not full white. Yeah, this is true. Go now. You humans are like maggots. Kill one and dozens take its place. Come at me all you want, worthless scum. Someone should tell you that it's rude to disturb other people's party. Enough words. Alright, come here, Kiana. Nope, get back here. Alright, yeah, we got that. Is it just ult or... Okay, fast and don't die. Got it. Alright, Kiana, I'm gonna need you to stop for a second. Nope, get back here. Stop fucking teleporting. How surprising. I remember you. That funny outfit, that despicable face. You have caused me a great deal of grief. You know what's interesting about this line is, like, this implies that, like, Siren remembers killing, Li Shu. She remembers fighting Fuqua. She remembers what Fuqua did during the second eruption. And she remembers killing Li Shu. But Fuqua doesn't remember Li Shu. Not entirely. Did you come to protect this girl as well? Are you done talking yet? Insect. You shall pay for your insolence. You know my other problem with this battlesuit? Aside from that, I just don't like this is one of like the worst tech wear designs, but like also like none of her gauntlets ever really feel like they match it. Like what they used to get it where like you would change the gauntlets to like, or whatever weapons they had would change based off the battlesuit, but none of these like ever really feel like they match, like at all. It always bugged me. Oh, here we go. We got to play as Fuko earlier. Now we get to beat her ass. 50 hit combo? Okay. God, this is such a savage beatdown, too. Damn, that was like nothing. Oh, she just grabbed her by the fucking face, too. I must admit, you are slightly different. Unfortunately, you're just a human. The Herrscher was wounded by the attacks. Star Chapter still breaks my heart for Fuketsu. The entire Battle of St Freya really hurt her a lot, because she betrayed everyone and was responsible for Sidon's return in the end. She was partially that, yeah. Harass silly Rockboy. Did you redeem a thing? Did you harass me with a redeem? Also, hi Fox. But her wounds healed at an astonishing speed. The Gem of Serenity bestowed upon her an impregnable shield through the Herrscher of Death's powers. There's no way to get through. Such evil powers tilted the scales in her favor. Odd. You didn't go all out on me. Why? You wield 2 divine keys, yet you refuse to unleash the second one. I'm Brazilian Shork now. I see you found the redeems, and they actually work now. I spent a lot of time like setting that up this morning. There's other ones too, by the way. If she hadn't turned Kiana over to Otto and fought him then, none of this would have happened. Yeah. There's a lot of bad choices Fuko makes here. Why don't you use it? Perhaps you don't know how. Maybe it's unusable. You're prep for stream? I know, right, Fox? I did work before stream. There's things you can do now, and I'm gonna add more over the next like few weeks. No matter, you cannot change anything. Go meet your maker. The slow clap interrupted the Herrscher just before she launched her lance. She turned around and saw an uninvited guest on the battlefield. Here he fucking is. A most exciting battle. What fucking madness is this? Who are you and what did Shirley do with Obzi? Look, I spent like 2 hours like setting up shit today. I worked very hard. I always work hard. You are indeed the queen of Honkai. Your beauty and form are simply sublime. You. I know you. Look at his smug ass face. Look at how much shit-eating grin he has. Look at this smug bastard. Ah, cheese. Why you throw cheese at me? You are the pathetic human who woke me, who aspires to the powers of God. It's an honor to be remembered by you, my queen. I'm hoping that you may spare this one to return the favor of reviving you. Otto pointed at the defeated Valkyrie, held hostage by the Herrscher. Crimson fluid began to flow from his body at the same time. A blood-like fluid spiraled upwards along Otto's arms. It finally congregated into numerous sharp spines. The blood spines pointed at the Herrscher and seemed poised for launching. She's a friend, and I hope that you won't hurt my friend. Otto spoke in his usual nonchalant and mischievous tone. I see him insane is still mourning the loss of the automaton redeemed who's so desperate to me. It's not lost, it's just disabled right now. He's still saving his points. The Herrscher did not think so. It was not Otto himself, but the blood spines that disturbed her. It felt familiar to her, yet strange and alien at the same time. Would she fight this clown? Yeah, I mean, he is a clown. Also, another interesting thing with this. So, the blood spines, I'm assuming you're referring to him using... He's using Void Archives to create, like, fake divine keys, right? So, I think this is the Abyss Lance, right? The one that didn't all usually... He's, like, creating that again. So, Sidon's reaction here is, like, why... Like, it's disturbing her because she remembers what this was like. She remembers this lance. She remembers fighting this. Killing her will soil my hands. I'll leave her to your care. The queen did not choose to fight. She felt the man giving off an aura similar to hers. He also emanated a powerful aura of focus and dedication, things that she did not have. There is no doubt that you're behind the Second Honkai War and pose the greatest threat to humanity. You wield great powers and have the vision to see your plans through. God, I love his fucking voice. Boring flattery. I'm not interested in you. I only care about the girls. I fucking bet you do. I bet you do, Sidon. I did not expect someone like you to lead humanity. You are indeed pathetic. I don't think Otto would disagree with your assessment, actually, Sidon. The Herrscher cast her hostage aside and disappeared into the void. Otto strolled to Fuhua and looked down at her. What a gruesome fight. The last time I saw you hurt this badly was at Heaven's Pinnacle 500 years ago. Oh yeah, that's when that was the disciples trying to kill her off. It's not her own fault either. She's missing a lot of memories, and Otto did everything to make her feel like she was doing it for the greater good. Yeah, I mean, he is like a master manipulator. Like, that is a thing that Otto is very much known for doing. I'll get you treated. In any case, we need to celebrate the successful conclusion of Phase 1. What? You can still talk. Why did you allow her to leave? You should know she plans to... I know. She's after Teresa. She will catch up to the girl soon. No one will be getting in our way this time. They will fight to the last. What are you talking about? Of course, I've never told you about this. Don't worry, it will be music to your ears. K423 is still alive. In fact, I need her alive. You see, that body now houses two minds. There's K423, whom you address as Kiana. And then there's Sidon, the Herrscher of the Void. After absorbing the Gem of Serenity and highly concentrated Honkai energy, Sidon's consciousness within that body began to stir. Don't make me watch this again! You're gonna have to, Krail. She then successfully took over the vessel to revive the Herrscher of the Void. But this is not the ending I intended. We would call this Phase 1. True, testing will commence after this. Despite Sidon's takeover, K423 is very much alive. She's only sleeping. What would happen if K423 overpowers Siren? The answer is simple. We'll end up with a human with Herrscher powers. This has been proven with the 3rd and 4th Herrschers. I was gonna say, like, don't you already have, like, Mei here? Suppressing the Herrscher's mind will not deprive her of her powers. It's far easier to control a human instead of a Herrscher. It's not easy to make K423 win, but it's not impossible either. Are you planning? Yes, I am. We have to use emotional ties. Emotions can bring about miracles. I believe that relationships between people can bring about the greatest feats of power. K423 spent quite a while in St Freya. She built unbreakable ties and friendships with her classmates. Such warm and happy memories will empower her and allow her to defeat the loveless Herrscher. There's something really, like, depressing about describing Siren as the loveless Herrscher. That really hurts my heart a bit. They'll be killed! Yes, I know. There is a great disparity between their powers. But I cannot offer them any assistance. I will not allow anyone to interfere in this holy struggle. Humanity burns brightest in desperate moments like this. I love how, like, just comically evil this is. According to my calculations, K423 will retake her body once a Valkyrie is brave enough to sacrifice herself. I believe in Teresa and her students. They will kill the Herrscher with love. Only they can achieve this great endeavor. Madness! This man has gone mad! No, he was already mad to begin with. Oh, an unhinged laugh from Fuqua. I forgot she does this. I am asking you a serious question, my friend. I choose to tell you everything because your actions are beyond my control. Do you plan to oppose me? Are you still trying to stop me? The laughter stopped. Fuqua gritted her teeth and gave her answer. Friend. I sense no sympathy or decency from your words. Only utter selfishness and lies. You trample on emotions and toy with the destiny of others. You didn't even realize how vile your actions are. Auto-apocalypse. You made me realize how hateful and despicable you are. You know, Fuqua doesn't emote much, but hearing her, like, on the verge of tears in this moment is rough. She does not emote much. This is hard to watch, honestly. Lightning streaked across the heavens as dark clouds covered the skies. The smile on Otto's face slowly disappeared. Golden rays slowly condensed into a gun in his hand. It was none other than the Judgment of Shamash. Well, Void Archive's pretending to be the Judgment of Shamash, but that's beside the point. He pointed the weapon at the prone figure. He did it slowly. 500 years' worth of memories was nothing but a fleeting dream to him. Nothing more than the briefest of moments. He made up his mind once he got back to his senses. I did not lie, Master Jingwei. Well, I'm sure Fuqua's fine, guys. I'm sure it's okay, right? Right? She's probably alright, yeah? Oh, hey, Triple S Herrscher the Void. That's fun. I think mine's still Triple S, too. That is such a rough scene, though. And it goes so hard, too. Like, to showcase just how ruthless Otto can be, that's a great scene for that. Even if it hurts my soul to play it. Alright, let's go. Alright, Himeko. Patter, patter, patter. The sounds echoed in her ears. It sounded like rain splattering on an umbrella, or the fluttering of a dove's wings. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the metal-plated ceiling. Where is this place? Himeko swooned as she struggled to get up. Is this a prison? Of course. I was defeated and arrested. What happened next? She nearly fell flat on the ground when trying to get out of bed. Patter, patter, patter. A strange sound continued to echo within her mind. Gosh, this noise in my head. My body feels so clumsy and heavy. How long have I slept? I must get out of here. Teresa and the girls, they need my help. She staggered for the door, but the noise in her head kept getting louder and louder. Exhaustion soon overwhelmed her. She collapsed and fell on the floor, only a few feet from the door. Himeko struggled to sit up, panting laboriously, as she leaned against the metal doors. She suddenly noticed a test tube in her hands. A serum? Where did it come from? Is it you, Fuhua? See, I told you Fuhua gave her the serum. I told you this. This is what I remembered. I remembered this scene specifically. Phoenix Fuhua giving her the serum. I told you, Krail. You changed a lot. So what can this prisoner do for you? That tube contains a Honkai neutralizing serum that will delay the Honkai corruption in your body. Find a safe place to use it. You will lose your Valkyrie powers if the serum neutralizes the Honkai within you. A gift. Thanks anyway. Definitely remember Tesla making the serum. Tesla might have made the serum, but she's not the reason Himeko has it. The Herrscher has awoken. Leave this place, then head north. You will see a guard tower. The place is safe. You can hide there. There will be guards along the way, but nothing strong enough to stop you. I don't need to know that. Where are Teresa and the girls? If you want to save your friends, then go around the tower. I'll be waiting at the labs on the other side. Or did Tesla give it to who gave it to Himeko? I don't really remember. I don't know that they ever specified this. Because Tesla and Fuhua have not really interacted much. Because remember, the only reason Tesla's even here right now is because they're helping Teddy. And up until this exact moment, Fuhua has not been on their side. So there's no reason why she would have given it willingly to Fuhua. That isn't to say that Fuhua didn't take it by force when they arrested Tesla. But, like, it wasn't given willingly. That's for sure. So if Tesla did make it, which I don't remember if she did, then if she was the one that did make it, then Fuhua took it by force. There's a moment in here where Tesla's working on the serum. She injects herself with Honkai to test the serum. She almost becomes a zombie. It was a whole moment. That might be in the Shixel HQ thing. Because I think that was released. Actually, let me check my timeline on stuff. Shixel HQ was released after this, so at this point, they did not specify. But yeah, I don't remember Tesla doing that here. Maybe they explain it later, though. You never did Shixel HQ? Like, Shixel HQ, like, what that does, if I remember correctly, was, like, it gives you a bit of context for, like, what happens in between Kiana awakening as Void and now. Like, it gives you, like, that bit of, like, background information. And that is the only place I can think of, because I don't know that we've covered that in streams. We've done all the story stuff here. So if it wasn't this main part here, unless it's explained later, like retroactively, then it has to be Shixel HQ. I can't think of any other place it's been, because I don't remember us doing that on stream. Hey, don't leave me just yet. There was no response. Nothing could be heard on the other side. Himeko forced herself to stand up and shoved the door open with every shred of her strength. And then, the surprising thing happened. The door's ajar. Someone else probably opened it. No time for this. She stuffed the serum into a pocket and quickly left Containment Bay 7. The Ojo laugh is great. Drone patrols. I'll just go around them carefully. Yeah, I'm not worried about the drone patrols. The building over there should be the guard tower Fuka mentioned. Lab should be around it, but it seems to be guarded. Gotta find a weapon first. It's a good question. Yeah, I'm not sure where you saw that, because I don't think we streamed it. So I feel like it has to be Shixel. Who was projecting? Who was projecting here? But she's not actually there. How the fuck did she get the serum in Himeko's hands? I think her astral projection has like some degree of ability to move stuff around. It's not really like exactly clear how her like astral projection works. Like, she's removed her brain or her consciousness from her body, which preserves her existence a little bit while her body like recovers from it. But like, maybe I think it's implied that like her projection can affect things to some degree. Because I think it also is like when later in the like Arc City arc, she actually physically touches Kiana and helps her at that time as well. But it's not as clearly explained, I think. Maybe a plot hole, maybe not. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. Alright, don't take damage, don't get knocked down, don't die. Okay. Alright, a Protopulse Cleaver. Ugh, well, it's better than nothing. I love that she complains about this shitty weapon, too. This is just fucking its magic. I mean, it is Honkai magic at the end of the day. That absolutely is the case. I've heard of Helheim Lust before, but never expected them to be here. This place sure creeps me out. Alright, there we go. Got that. Alright, who's next? Alright, as Laker, like, model is not gonna stop me here. Get out of here, nerd! Got him. Alright, who's next? I'm gonna beat up somebody else. You know what? Alright. Fuck you guys. Get out of here. I want Vermilion Knight, damn it. She's way more fun than this one. Yeah, get out of here. Alright, that's the last of them. Senti's ability to make and protect clones isn't just a Herrscher thing. It's just a thing Fuka can do that Senti inherited. Possibly. Wait, why am I being told to go? Oh, it's up. That's why. So what the fuck are these projections of like chests? Is that a Shixel HQ thing? Yeah, there's Tesla. Tesla, what was that noise? The voice. Tesla. You mean I have a lot more birds? You know, think about this? Do it. Tesla. Himeko saw a familiar figure at a distance. Tesla was tied to a chair with plenty of rope. She couldn't move at all. They even gagged her with an intricate black-colored scarf. Himeko tried not to laugh at this hilarious sight. I'm sure there are some fanfics about this, and I guarantee you they're not safe to show on stream. Calm down, I'll ungag you. I love these sounds from Tesla. That evil maid. I don't ever want to see her again. Oh yeah, this is the start of Tesla's beef with Rita. I forgot how much she absolutely hates Rita. Tesla-chan kawaii. Yeah. I forgot how much she hates Rita. What did she do to you? She gave me a world of humiliation. Furious at being tied to the chair, Tesla shook her body violently. Himeko then realized that the rope was tied in a beautiful knot behind her back. The knot looked so perfect that it was almost a shame to untie it. Oh dear. She kept apologizing while tying me up. She's so mad. Oh, I'm so sorry. This might hurt. What the hell? Why would you tie me up if you were sorry at all? The worst part was that when she kindly applied some perfume on her hanky. That's not funny at all. I'll untie you first. Himeko told Tesla what happened before this. That's all I know. Nah, I'm really worried about Mophead. Yeah, you would be worried about her. We're not in great shape either. We're not in great shape either. That's a weird translation. I guess we can only head to the lab that somebody mentioned. We need to find a way to contact the Hyperion. Beep. Error. Code 110-327. Target not found. Access denied. This elevator looks broken. It's just an elevator. I'll let you call me a moron if I can't fix this. Let's backtrack a bit. I need a terminal connected to the mainframe. A question. An answer, Tesla. What's up with the second-rate sword? Let's look at what's inside these two things. I gotta question myself. There's something better than this butter knife. But should have plenty of Honkai-powered weapons. See if you can find anything that strikes your fancy. Let's go! Balmug. This one looks like it'll do. Yeah, Balmug is definitely an improvement over this. Tesla took out a small red device from her gauntlet and inserted it into the terminal port. Beep. Login device not found. You may need to install device drivers first. Beep. 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 That's it. See, this is what I remembered. I remember, like, Fuhua giving Himeko the serum, and then Himeko and Tesla finding the Vermilion Knight outfit. Like, that's what I remembered from this. It's been so long since I played this, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure I remember that being how it went. Alright, we've reached the main system, searching for targets. Let me finish off the system device protocols. Yeah, we got this. Oh, I see this is the exact same map as before. I forgot that this is what they do with the Shrixel HQ areas. Like when you can activate these like little void things to insert like or to go into little pocket dimensions to fight stuff. I haven't done Shrixel HQ shit in so long that I kind of forgot all about it. This place and these vile experimental data. Something up here? A defense score. Oh, hey, they give me, like, baby Himeko. Hold on, I gotta use this one. Dude, we haven't used baby Himeko in forever. I do like a younger Himeko's design quite a bit. I've locked onto the target. Switching off this module will paralyze lab defenses. It will get the elevator moving, but we have to deal with some caged animals. Nothing I can do about that. We can leave the mess to Shixal. Access request verified. Commence system shutdown. Like, look at this outfit. This is a good design. Like, I really like this design for her quite a bit. This is a really good one. And her pirate outfit that came from like Captainverse stuff, good shit. It's such a good outfit. It's one of my favorites for Himeko, actually.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Pending.
Hey, I haven't been here, but I just wanted to check in on Himeko.
She's still alive right now. Fuhua got shot, though.
Who got shot?
Fuhua. Auto shot her in the head.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she's probably alright. She's been astral projecting, so it's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, if that guy from, God, what's the... Invincible, that guy from Invincible? You know, the joke character? He survived the shot.
Which one? The Powerplex guy or whatever his name was?
The one that explodes things. The explodes.
Oh,
guy.
Rex, yeah.
Yeah. That it. Yeah, he survived. He survived. You know, being shot in the head.
Hey, can we not have me trapped in a fucking corner, please? Damn. Don't make me restart this, because I'm getting knocked down all the time. Okay, yeah, I gotta restart it already. I think.
Oh,
Alright, no more than... Alright, let's see. Whap.
So are you doing side stuff, or are you doing the main story right now?
We're doing main story.
Okay.
We did all the Chronicles stuff last time. So we're doing all the main story stuff now. So as far as what we've done, because I already quit the thing, is we had Kiana as Herrscher of the Void beat the absolute shit out of the main crew. So Teddy, Branya, and May. And then we cut to Fuhua and Rita and Dudendal. And Dudendal finds out that they're going to let Teddy and the others die. So she's like, well, that's fucking not okay. And she goes to intervene. She fights Sidon and gets her ass beat, and then auto interjects and lets Sidon run away, and then shoots Fuhua in the head. And then Himeko, because her and Tesla got captured, she was in jail. Fuhua, as an astral projected form, gives her the Honkai serum that would neutralize all the Honkai in her body, removing her Valkyrie powers but saving her life. And then tells her, if you want to save Teddy and the rest, you need to go meet me behind the guard tower after you save Tesla. So now we've met up with Tesla. We're trying to hack in the system to find some other weapons for Himeko to use. And they're trying to leave a mess to make it hard for Otto to recover from it after the fact. So.
Okay.
That is currently what we're doing. But I had to restart because I forgot that this has a really annoying stuff of don't get knocked down.
Yeah.
And this battle suit decidedly sucks. I don't like this battle suit. I don't use it really ever. I want Vermilion Knight already. Bonk. Yeah, nope. Wow. Okay, now I gotta deal with this stupid thing. Alright, Heimdall. What's this? Not good. Must have triggered the panic defense system. Alright, I gotta play this one safe. I can't let him, like, hit me. Oh, we paralyzed him. And then thwap. Slowing down. Oh, it's paralyzed. Hold on. Can I still hit it? Seems I've disrupted its AI systems. Now it's time to run for it. If you say so, Tesla. You gonna let me run? Where am I supposed to run to? Tesla, I would like to be able to, like, leave. If you're gonna let me leave. I guess we're going up here. Only corners for you? No, corners don't exist. Alright, next stage. Finally got rid of the riffraff. What is Shixel researching in this place? Hey, are you alright? It's just a flesh wound. Yeah, it's just a flesh wound.
Yeah.
You should stop overexerting yourself. Tesla suddenly noticed something that piqued her interest. Finally, a comm device. We'll be able to get in touch with the mop head right now. She pounced at it like a lion after a deer. Beep. Beep, beep. But Tesla got nothing but static. Damn it. She lashed out a kick at the metal container and sat on the ground. You look terrible. You're one to talk. Let's push on. We don't seem to have a lot of options. Fuqua said there's something in the lab that can save everybody. Perhaps it's something that we can use to defeat the Herrscher. Shixel must have a failsafe plan somewhere in case the thing got out of control. Perhaps that's where the answer lies. Alright, I don't think I can convince you. Just to be safe, I set these coordinates to keep broadcasting an encrypted signal. I hope they could see that. But still, you know, right? That's it. Let's go. Alright, Fuqua. I'm gonna force you to tell me the truth. I mean, it's fine. Whoa. Gravity's been reversed in this tower. Those rings have created a special grav field. Wonder what this massive installation is used for. A lot of shit. Ow, fuck. Don't take more than 2,000 damage. Alright. Assholes, get out of my way, please. Bonk. I need you to stop that. Alright, who's next? Alright, what's up, Tesla? What are we doing? Can you still walk? You gotta be joking. I'm fine. Are you, though, Tesla? I don't think you're, like, really... I don't think you're really in the best of shape. Never underestimate the Assault Squad Valkyries. Assault Squad? Oh, right. That's Himeko's old squad. I used to serve in the Assault Squad. I found as a Valkyrie for 10 years. I lost count of the number of enemies I've killed. But that number is definitely way more than this. Zombies, special forces, test subjects, emperor class, Honkai beasts. The enemies kept getting stronger, all trying to put me in a 6-foot hole. but I always survived. Don't worry. We're just fighting something new. And like always, there's always a means of finishing them off. I'm sure she's fine, guys. You know what? Your words don't sound very comforting at all. Don't worry about it, Tesla. It's fine. We're close to the target. Let's go. Plenty of guards here. We came to the right place. This lab is indeed hiding something.
And after finding out that the original Himeko and HSR died like long ago, it's nice to kind of just go to HI3 and like just experience a story where we know Himiko's safe, because the Graphia, disease isn't here.
Yeah, I mean, Himiko's definitely fine. Don't worry about what we learned last time in the Chronicles stages where she was dying of Honkai poisoning because she has bad Honkai adaptability. Don't worry about that. Fupa gave her a serum to neutralize it, so she'll be fine.
I'm going to follow your advice and not worry about it.
Exactly. Also, Penny, I don't know if you're in chat right now, but I have added new redeems, which you can play with if you want. There's a couple of new ones. Let's get things sorted out before we enter. We'll barge in, bash everything, and find the secrets of this place. Then, we'll take this stuff and head back to the Hyperion. Finally, we'll pummel the Herrscher and send her packing. Mission accomplished. I like your sense of humor, Dr. Tesla. Ready or not, here we go. Oh look, I have elf ears now. I don't have to toggle that myself now. See, that was the issue, is like beforehand, when I had that redeem, I had to toggle it manually. I've set it all to be automatic now.
Excellent.
And I have other silly things. Did you see the 4-4 trailer? No, I specifically don't watch trailers anymore. Oh, I disappeared. Oh, hey, I'm the vampire model now, which is different. This one has different like emotes though. Like I think the elf ears one won't work on this one because she doesn't have that toggle.
Yeah, I too avoided the 4-4 trailer because I want to avoid spoilers, and the trailers always have spoilers.
The only thing I know about the 4-4 trailer is that there are scenes that are directly lifted from the Second Eruption manga. Specifically, there are scenes where Himeko's talking to Trailblazer, which echoes Cecilia's sacrifice when she talks to Sidon in the manga. There are scenes of Himeko's sacrifice in Final Lesson that seems reminiscent. They also have an audio motif that's like referencing Nightglow, which is the song that plays during Final Lesson. Yeah, there's a lot of like things that impact third players, especially are like I don't know how much of that is like just them fucking with us or if it's actually going to become relevant. We'll have to see when the patch comes out. It's not the first time Hoyo would have lied in their marketing, but also their trailers love to spoil shit, so it's hard to say how much of that is like to be believed or not. So I did not watch the trailer for that exact reason.
Yeah, like I've heard those things too. I've actively avoided like looking too much into it for fear of spoilers, but it's going to be interesting. Obviously, it is not surprising that this is going to, in some ways, parallel Himiko's.
Perfectly okay, and nothing happened. It's going to echo that scene.
It's gonna, in some ways, it's gonna parallel how nothing happened bad to Himeko in HI3.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if we're talking about nothing bad happening to Imagine Himeko in the same way that nothing bad happened to HI3 Himeko, I don't think that's going to be the same, because HSR, I think, has an aversion to having nothing bad happening in that specific way to its banner characters, or even most of its side characters. Like, I still am of the opinion that nothing bad happening to Scott is just a fake out.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
we're
like
and
the
we're gonna
most that like Hoyo seems to want to do these is like NPCs will die. They did this in Genshin as well, but like actual playable characters, they don't really kill off very often or really ever. It's always a fake out death, and they love doing fake out deaths. So like,
yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in them to really like commit to that.
Like I'm trying to think of in HSR, with the exception of big bads like Acolia and the and Lygus, that one version of Sandar, but not all versions of Sandar. I'm
Right.
trying to think of like who else has who else is dead.
I mean, let's
Oh,
see.
what's her name? The TV Moogle person is
I,
also dead.
Fullwish. Not she wasn't the Moogle,
Foolish,
but
yeah,
you're thinking of the plushies that do all the announcements. But yeah, Fullwish is dead.
yeah. Foolish is dead. No,
Like
no, not a mogul. Not a Moogle. Sorry, like a mogul, like a business mogul.
you said Moogle,
That's
so
what
I'm
I
thinking
meant.
of like the Final Fantasy 14 things. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure those
I
like are the plushies that like do all the talking.
as soon as you said it, as soon as you said no, she's not. You're thinking of the plushies. I realized that I either pronounced the word incorrectly or we're confusing each other.
See, it's funny because I don't know anything about Final Fantasy, but I know that because of fucking Kingdom Hearts of all things. And I'm like,
That's,
I know
I
what
mean, that's
Moogles
fair.
are, so it's the plushies. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, like I'm trying to think of like, has there been like obviously none of the banner characters have died. The closest was Ting
I mean,
Yun.
there's a case you made that Cyrene is dead because she's in like a sort of perpetual state of being dead and alive. She's like Schrodinger's flame chaser, I guess. Because she's
Yeah,
still stuck in the cycles and like a thing, and that can't really change. I don't know if that will change when the planet becomes alive or not, but like currently
yeah, it's
Cyrene is dead.
possible. It's possible it'll change with the planet becoming alive again if that's like what's happening in 4.8 or whatever.
Yeah,
Uh, I'm kind of hoping that the planet becoming alive does not undo that. I would think that at some point they're gonna undo that, but I would think if you're gonna undo that, like save that towards the end of the game, right?
yeah. I would. There's a few things that I feel like they never need to change, right? And there's a few, especially with Impact Thirds writing. I've been very firm about this. Like we and I talked to this before they revealed what like Star Rail Himeko was about, and we had floated the idea around that like Star Rail Himeko could be Impact Thirds Himeko, but like because we didn't see her body, we didn't know what happened to her. And I was very, very
Yeah,
firmly against that because
yeah, and
the idea of like
and
undoing one of the most impactful character deaths of all time in all the writing of every Hoyo game ever, just to have them show up again another one is really not good. I really don't
and
like
I mean,
that.
we can definitively say at this point that that's not what they did.
Yes, for sure.
Um,
And it's like it's not just that though. Like Impact Third, I think like what really helps it is like characters do die. Like Wendy shows up, Wendy dies. Himeko shows up, Himeko dies. Siren is dead, technically. Cecilia is dead. They don't bring these characters back necessarily. And like the only way that they've really been able to like circumvent character deaths was like with non-canon events like Captain Verse stuff, where it's not well like, they're canon but not canon. They don't really relate to the main timeline. Or it's like the current ongoing like Kiana events, which are maybe just in her dream where she's pulling memories of people. We don't really know what
right.
those events are because like as of right now those events don't connect to anything, so like they might be just Kiana pulling from people's memories, in which case it's not even the real person anyway, it's dreams that she's pulling from like memories. But like as far as like actual people are concerned, when they die they're like dead. They don't come back very often.
Yeah,
So like I like that that's like a thing that Impact Third does quite well. And Guns N' Z also does the same thing. Guns N' Z goes even further. It goes hardcore on killing some people off. I haven't played it all, but I've seen some like clips of how they handled like Otto's death and a few of like main characters, and it's brutal. Like it's very fucking brutal. But like after like Genshin came out, they've kind of been like really averse to killing off playable characters ever. And I just don't know why they won't do it. Like just kill them off. Like you
I
want to
think it's
generate
marketing.
buzz, do it. It's a marketing thing. Is like you want to generate buzz for your game, kill off a main character
yeah. No, I
permanently.
agree. Like, I I think that killing off a main character has to be something that's done sparingly for the sake of impact, but I definitely think that if you never do it, then you lose the dramatic tension.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with Star Rail is like they keep doing all these like death fake outs, and we don't get like
Yeah,
actual impactful deaths, which is something
yeah,
that they desperately need to change. Something
I
else we were
agree.
talking about earlier was like this entire arc in Impact Third is like I've talked about this many times of how much I really like this arc because this is also really unique in the sense of we had a character who's this plucky, happy-go-lucky character, and then they turned her into a sadistic, murderous villain. And that's the
Mm,
status quo for this entire arc. It's like Kiana shows up, she's like, I will murder everybody. Like Kiana loves you guys, I'm gonna murder them just to make her suffer more. Like, imagine if like Star Rail did this, like Stella and Kalis became a bad guy, and like not only that, they let you control them and fight your former comrades and beat the shit out of them in like a one-sided beatdown. Because that's what this does.
or
Like you get to control Herrscher the Void and you beat the shit out of your teammates,
or
and it's not
really
even a fight.
any of the good like quote unquote good characters, if any of them became a villain.
Yeah, like
Like I
the
kind of thought that that was potentially the direction that they were going to go with Finon, was to make him a villain, which of course they didn't do. Like technically sure, but in practice no. He was never the villain.
mm.
And don't get me wrong, I like how they handled Finon, so I'm not upset about them not going in that direction. But I do think it would be interesting to do it with someone.
Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made about Finan, where like even with Kevin's arc, Kevin isn't necessarily the villain; he's an antagonist, and
Yeah.
it's just like at the end of
Well,
the day,
I
like you
would
know
have
what Kevin's motivations are when we get to the end of the part one. Like you
yeah,
know
I
why
would have
he's
been
doing that.
equally like I think that would have been an interesting route to take where like not like a villain as in he's doing things for evil, but he's on a side opposing to us. As Enforius played out, I don't think there was a way to make that work
Mhm. Also, I'm gonna
because
put a
I
hold on
think
this for a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta
yes.
pee. So
Okay.
entertain chat for a minute.
Okay. But yeah, I think it would be interesting. Like I think the thing is there's not really a character that is core to the story right now that I can point to and say like it would make sense for them to do kind of a heel turn. Like the closest we potentially came to that was Evernight, but that was only for the one patch. And ultimately, I think at the end of the day, I don't think that there's a way to have Evernight be antagonistic with us again. Yeah, all the death baiting, I agree. I don't particularly like I don't like fake out deaths just as a general rule. Like I think I think every now and then if used really sparingly it can work, but I think my issue with it is it's a bit too overdone of a trope, not just in Star Rail specifically, but in media more generally, especially as a climactic thing.
Yeah,
And that makes it have less impact to me overall.
the death baiting thing is because I think they just don't want to commit to killing anybody off. That's what we were saying earlier. Evernight was
Yeah.
never going to be an antagonist. Evernight serves a very similar role to Veliona, which is Evil Sealy, where like
Yes.
Evil Sealy is never really evil. We all joke we call her like Dark Sealy or Evil Sealy or whatever, but like Veliona's entire narrative role was like she's just sort of like feisty and tsundere.
Yeah.
And
So
that's like she serves as like Sealy's protector. That's the role that she has, and Evernight serves that exact same narrative function. She was never going to be an actual true antagonist to us. That was never going to be the case. And as far as like having a character do a proper heel turn, I don't know that there really is one because like even with Impact, we didn't have a
yeah,
proper heel turn
well, that's what I was
necessarily.
talking about while you were in the washroom. Is I can't think of a character, a core cast character that could do the heel turn. The maybe Sunday, because we've already seen like he's kind of a bit of a lost lamb right now.
Yeah,
If taken in by the wrong crowd, like we've seen how he can kind of be made to be corrupted. So maybe there's a world in which that happens, but
yeah. I
at the
think
same
like
time, I don't know if I would be that
The closest I think they've ever gotten was probably
because he's been the villain once before already.
Yeah, they won't do that again.
Yeah.
Finan was probably the closest we had to that, but I think the difference like Finan and Kevin is like Kevin's like the tragedy of Kevin's story. Because I was just seeing clips about this recently. Somebody on Twitter I follow is like just playing through it recently. Like Kevin is like the lone sentinel, the lone survivor from his era, and even people like Fuqua, who would be like his like the one person who would understand him, she's deleted parts of her memories and doesn't know. There's like a tragedy to it. But Kevin ultimately has to choose this. It's part of his mission. So, like, part of what sucks about Kevin's thing is, like, he doesn't do this because he wants to be an antagonist. He does it because it has to happen. He knows that this is the role he has to play. And even when you're fighting him to the death, this is the role that he chose, that he has to do. Finan technically does choose it, but also, like, when you go to get to his, like, boss from later, it feels like he's just kind of, like, being controlled by Iron Tomb. It doesn't feel like he's, like, making that choice. Like, there's sort of, like, it feels like it doesn't have, like, that same kind of agency in it. Whereas, like, yeah, he chose to do this. He knew this was the right route, and you just kind of watch it happen, or, like, he just loses his bodily form and becomes Iron Tomb. But, like, I feel like at the end of the day, it, like, doesn't really have that same kind of, like, weight to that choice in my mind. It's not that it's a bad way of handling it, but, like, it's even then, like, it sort of, like, lacks that, like, conscious decision of, I will be the antagonist because this is the role I have to choose. And there isn't any character in Star Rail that really does that right now. And still in Kalos, maybe, but, like, it would depend.
In my mind, Kevin's arc kind of ended at the end of his patch.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, he has a couple scenes after that, and to be fair, I like the scenes that he has after that, but his emotional journey is effectively done by the end of his patch, which is fine. But it does mean that, like, the idea that there's any sort of conflict in terms of, like, we're kind of fighting Finan, but not really at the end there. Like, I don't really feel that, because it's so clear that this is what Finan is in lockstep with us in what needs to happen, and everyone spends that final Amphorius patch glazing Finan the entire journey to get to Finan. So there's no dramatic conflict there or like tension between the characters. The only tension that exists is, like, the wish that there was another way, but that's not really something that can be properly well, it's not really something that they did explore, and in the briefest ways that they do attempt to touch on it, it doesn't really matter, because, like, all you do is, like, have a couple flavor text options, but at the same time, the battle is on rails, so what you pick doesn't have an effect on anything.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, comparing, like, Deliverance Kevin from end of part 1 to Iron Tomb Finan. It really does, like, hit a little bit different. And it's, like, where I've said before that I feel like what Amphorius was trying to do was, like, speed run the Flame Chaser arc, but it didn't just do that. It also speedrun Kevin's development. Because, like, Kevin wasn't just in the Elysian Realm arc, mind you. He showed up long before we had access to that. We knew what he was like beforehand, and the force of nature he was. Then the Elysian Realm showed us, like, his backstory, and then the end of part 1 showed us, like, the tragedy of the choice he has to make. And we had so much more involved in that went over the course of multiple years. And then Amphorius was like, we're going to basically give you Deliverance, Kevin, but, like, it's not going to have the same weight behind it at all.
It's the same thing with like the Auto arc in HI3. Like, they took a long time kind of letting Otto and Kevin kind of simmer before utilizing either one as, like, an obstacle.
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say that. Like, with Otto, like, we're doing this stuff here, and Otto showed up before. He didn't, like, with the first few chapters are just getting to know the character. Didn't really see him, other than him just, like, watching stuff and them setting up Fuqua, Rita, and Dindal as, like, people watching. But, like,
when I say him as an obstacle, I'm more thinking about his imaginary grief stuff. Because, yes, he is acting against our interest right now, but we're not directly competing. Like, there is no direct fight with Otto right now. He's the one pulling the strings, but we're too absorbed with the issue at hand to
even
really...
a direct conflict is not really the thing that happens with Kevin either. Like, we don't fight Kevin more than once. It's always fighting the plans Kevin's putting on rails. We're dealing with the issues before we face Kevin directly. And Otto's the same way. Like, when they introduce Otto, like, we only see bits and pieces of him. And then this patch specifically where he betrays Fuqua and we, like, see him, like, it's like, oh, I did not lie, Master Jingwei, and then shoots her in the fucking head. Like, this is a way to really seep in how just comically evil Otto is. And then we spend huge amounts of time watching him be the biggest fucking hateable dickhead. Like, we just get to see him be evil for a while. And then when Kevin shows up, we see him do the same thing he's done before of, like, trying to, like, manipulate, strike deals, where he and Kevin, like, they don't really, like... I think Kevin specifically says, Otto's plans will not affect mine. It doesn't fucking matter. It won't change anything. Like, he just views Otto's entire plans as entirely beneath him. But then, like, Kevin gets introduced pretty much shortly after this, because we go to the like, Abyss, like, the Deep Sea stuff. With Bronya. And that's when they introduce World Serpent and Kevin. Like, that happens, like, almost immediately next. And we don't fight Kevin till the end of Part 1. But, like, we get to play as Kevin here or there. We get to have, like... I think we had a couple of times where we get to actually play as him in this story. It was, like, very stilted, but we got to do that a little bit. But, again, we weren't fighting Kevin directly. We were fighting the Flame Chasers in Elysian Realm, or we were fighting World Serpent agents like Raven, or we were dealing with, you know, robots sent by Jackal or the rest. Like, we don't really deal with, like, Kevin one-on-one, but we let him, like, actually be... in antagonist. We see what his, like, forces are doing. We're seeing what he's, like, fighting for. We learn about his character, and then we fight him. It's just I feel like it's just so interwoven and interconnected, and it works and plays off of itself so well that, like, watching Euphorius' handling of it doesn't quite do that as well.
I think that's something that that HSR might be lacking more broadly is, like, who is the big bad of, or not even the big bad of HSR, like, because if you say who's the big bad of HI3, really, you know, it's not a specific person.
So why do they make Jackal so goddamn hot when she's so fucking insufferable? Yeah, Jackal is insufferable, but I love her so much. She's so awful. Anyways, you were saying.
Yeah, like, who are our obstacles in HSR? Like,
I mean, it's like vaguely Nanook, and, like, that's kind of like Nanook and his minions is, like, that's kind of the gist of it.
Really, because Nanook is more of a force of nature. We don't get a sense of Nanook's personality. Nanook never talks to us.
Yeah, let's see, that's sort of the issue, though, is, like, Nanook is, like, what I would say is the actual, like, quote-unquote bad guy of HSR. Because, like, all the main big bads we've had are usually, like, emanators of destruction, right? Like, it's always somebody tied back to the destruction. So it's always something that loops back to that in some way. That's, like, the overarching one. But, like, that's more of, like, in concept, not really in, like, practice. Because, like, okay, yeah, so we had, like, Fantilia we fought, or Cocolia, who was her own thing, or we had the fucking space werewolf. And it's like, all right.
I would say, like a lot of HI3 arcs have a Herrscher that revolves around them.
Yeah, I would say so.
And I would say that each emanator we fight is arguably thematically an equivalent of that. And by that same logic, then the Honkai equivalent as like the kind of force of nature thing that's all consuming and you know, in the background that's threatening to ruin all. That's kind of Nanook. But at the side of that, we also had, like, Kevin and Otto, who were forces against that throughout, but also had their own agendas and weren't necessarily, like, always going to be on our side. And I think, like, when I think of what what HSR has that's an equivalent to that part,
it's basically nothing.
Kind of the IPC, But the problem is we don't have like a central IPC villain.
Yeah, like
Or
maybe
central IPC
vaguely like
figure.
Diamond or whoever's in charge of like the Stone Hearts,
But
maybe, but we never see them.
Diamond.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we're like 3-4 years into HSR, and we've never seen Diamond or had a conversation. Like by this point in HI3, like you would have seen Otto and Kevin for years now. So, like I guess maybe Jade, but
not really. Like
not
so,
really.
The other issue with this too is like when it comes to the Herrscher format, is we already had like a couple of Herrschers that had already decimated things beforehand. We know that Anti-Entropy is Welt, and he is the Herrscher reason, the first Herrscher, technically the second to inherit the title, but whatever. Then we have like Sirin, who they talk ad nauseum, murdered a bunch of fucking people and caused issues for the world. And then we have May, who destroyed most of Nagazora when she partially awoke, and then Wendy, who started killing a bunch of people off and then eventually dies. And then now we get back to Kiana, Herrscher of the Void, technically wielding the Herrscher of Death's powers in some ways too, but that's beside the point. So we already we do visually see in real time the like weight of what Herrschers can and can't do, right? We already see that. But another thing that's like important is that the idea of having 14 Herrschers at all was seated in because we have the backstory of the previous era. We already know what like an idea of what happened before. Like, yeah, this has all happened once before. It nuked everything.
Each Herrscher is moving closer to a clear end goal, whereas defeating an Emanator is not necessarily a step forward because we don't have a concept of how many Emanators there are or like what the Emanators are doing outside of like just being in service to Nanook.
Yeah, and like what works so well about like the Herrscher format is like it's sort of like a steady marching of time that can't be stopped. Like, you know, like when the new Herrscher appears, like, oh shit, we're one step closer to finality. That's what's happening.
Which is interesting because, like, HSR has the script and likes to talk about, you know, trying to defy fate, but we're always only given, like, when they talk about what's going to happen, it's always only, like, one step ahead. Outside of, like, we know vaguely how the universe ends, and I guess we know that Aeon War is coming.
Yeah, even though that's not really spread out.
Things.
But it's like with Impact 3, what I think works so well is like it feels more concrete, right? When they talk about like usurping fate, the fate they're trying to usurp is finality of the cycle of Honkai like destroying all of humanity over and over and over again.
Yeah,
and the previous era showcases what happens if you don't do that. What happens if you fail? Everyone fucking dies. And that's a very real possibility that you see immediately. Kevin is the last bastion of that, showcasing that exact possibility. And so every time we like meet a Herrscher, we know every Herrscher we run into is getting stronger and stronger. Everything gets worse and worse every single time. And every time we're getting closer to finality, which we know is the end of everything. The planet dies. That's it. And so, like, there is a mystery about how it handles, how it works, how it operates. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. But, like, what works so well with it is, like, you have very concrete ideas of, like, what we're trying to overcome. And Star Rail doesn't really have that. Like, again, we have, like, this vague idea of, like, maybe a looming Eon War or the vague end of the universe as we know it kind of thing. But, like, none of that feels concrete. No enemy that we usurp feels like we're pushing ever closer to this inevitable conflict. And even if they're trying to push us to an Eon War and that being like the end game for this, they're not really communicating that well enough to make that feel like that's what's happening. It just feels like, oh, yeah, we went to this new planet. Here's boss of this planet. Okay, cool. Next one. Like,
and also like, it's not clear how we fit into the Eon War if we do, because like first off, we're serving an Aeon that for all intents and purposes doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
So, like, we have no skin in the Aeon War thing. Like, I guess in the broadest sense, like, yeah, planets would get destroyed from it, and obviously we don't want that. But like, what are we doing? Are we allying with the specific Aeon? I kind of wish that we had some kind of communication with an Aeon, because at least then like we would get a better sense of like what is happening.
Yeah, because I mean that's another thing that does really well here is like we have May part of the group who is a partially awakened Herrscher, and her being terrified of herself, and then we get this sequence with Kiana awakening as Herrscher of the Void. We see her sadistic nature wanting to kill everything. So like we're getting people who are, for intents and purposes, the mouthpiece of the bad guy, and we're getting to see sort of like what this entails. We get told about other things like, yeah, Honkai increases civilization, this stuff keeps happening. Like we get an idea of like, we don't necessarily need to know like what the Honkai wants. Like that's part of a mystery of like what does it intend to accomplish here, and that still is kind of an ongoing mystery even now. But like, it's one of those things that I feel like because we actually get to see the bad guys, be it human or not, we get to see them talk and just be bad guys. We have a goal we're working towards. We know what people are trying to accomplish and why. Like, we know the Honkai is the existential threat, but we have people like Kevin and Otto who are working to stop the Honkai in their own way, even at the detriment of everyone else around them. And then we have our own crew who's doing their own thing, fighting for what they think is right. And seeing these conflicts naturally come to a head. But Star World just doesn't do any of that. It's just what I think the Star Wars problem mostly is it like relies on like big numbers and vague concepts to kind of give you the idea of the weight of like, oh yeah, Final was trapped in cycle for 33 million things. I'm like, okay, but like what does it actually mean? Like we're not really seeing how that affects him per se. We see him like lose a light in his eyes and get sad, but like we don't see like too much of that necessarily. It's just using a big number to convince you it's a weighty thing. Or they talk about an Eon War. I'm like, okay, what does the Eon War look like? What does that mean? What is that? How am I supposed to be concerned? Like, how can we even affect this? Like, what's the plan of action here if this is an ongoing threat? If we have the universe is going to end, okay, how? Why? What are we trying to stop? How are we going to usurp this fate? What are we doing? But they're just using these like vague terms.
Like a thing that's going to happen in our lifetimes too, because
like what does that mean? Like it doesn't like. It doesn't feel real. It just feels like a bunch of like big words they're using to tell you that it's real.
If you were to tell me that eventually, you know, there will be a heat death of the universe and everything will be effectively over, I'm like, okay, you know, but that's not happening for like billions of years or whatever, so it doesn't really impact me emotionally. And I kind of feel like in lieu of suggestions to the contrary, like the idea that the HSR universe is going to end someday, like unless you tell me, oh yeah, you know, if we're not careful, it's going to end in your lifetime, then like, are we actively trying to avoid the end of the universe? Is that what the stakes are? Aside from the fact that Cyrene had the option to end the universe and chose not to, like I guess that, but like. In doing so, did she delay it for millions of years? Did she delay it for 10 years? It's
like is Fuli the thing we're trying to fight against? Is that the thing that's the big problem?
Is the idea that Fuli actualizes because that is the end of the universe, apparently? Is that what we're worried about? If Evernight develops, she's also a child of Fuli. Is Evernight a danger of ending the universe? That was never specified. Yeah. Does she need to be in a time loop? Does March need to be in a time loop?
Do we need to put March in a time loop?
Yeah. I will put March in a time loop. I'm fine with doing that. Just tell me. I'll do it just for safety's sake. You know, if you want me to, we can. No need to risk it. Let's just put her in the time loop now. You know.
But it's such a weird thing because like it just feels like we don't know really what we're going against. Like even Zenless doesn't have this problem. Like Zenless's whole thing is Bell and Wise trying to figure out what happened to their teacher, right? That's the goal. That's the state of thing. We're trying to figure out answers here, and everything we do is in service of that. And then we have other issues and things that happen in the process of it. And we're like, oh, these are actually connected. This thing. We have a concrete goal to work towards.
Yeah.
Even Genshin has a concrete goal to work towards. Usurp the heavenly principles. All right. We've seen the Archons. We see the other issues here. We start the game off showing you the stakes of things. What happened to Conria. It's like, all right, cool. Do that. We got this. Star World does not have that. Other than just vaguely, hey, here's some monsters that destroy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to care?
We're like 3-4 years into HSR now. I feel like we should know what the main plot is.
I kind of agree.
And I don't. Like, is the anti-destruction thing it? Is that like the end goal? Is that what we're doing? Are we trying to kill Nanook? I'm not clear on if... I don't even know if we're trying to kill Nanook. Because it doesn't... Like, obviously we're fighting a lot of emanators of Nanook. And, like, obviously Finon had issue with Nanook. And we don't want Nanook to destroy the world. Mm-hmm. Or rather, the universe. But beyond that, it doesn't feel like we're actively trying to oppose Nanook. Or actively trying to find a way to oppose Nanook. I mean, the IBC is, I guess. And I guess... tangentially, the Trailblaze agrees with that principle.
So do you think they're being intentionally vague because they want to have the ability to add or subtract it? Well, I mean, I guess so, but like it just feels like I don't really know what we're working towards. Like the Center Hunter Cell is like, okay, we're going to inevitably clash with the destruction. So like they sort of like vaguely imply that like Nanook is like the end goal. But like I don't really feel like, I mean, like of course, like I guess every planet, because like again we have destruction emitters basically every single planet. So okay, so we're seeing that the issues the destruction's causing, that's its whole thing, but like I feel like what would work better with that is, okay, if we know Nanook is the goal, we're seeing the destruction happen, and we need to see other antagonists, other people working either for or against us to that same end. If that's the goal we all want to usurp, if that's the fate we're trying to stop, then we need to see other people, how they're going to deal with that.
Also, like, there was, like, the idea of the Stellarons, and, like, the Stellarons are, like, this plague on the universe.
And then they just come from the Harmony, and then they don't ever fucking explain that shit ever again. It's like, okay.
Yeah, like, Amphorius didn't have a Stellaron issue. Planet Arcadia didn't have a Stellaron issue. Are we still dealing with the Stellarons? Is that still the thing? We have a Stellaron in us.
Yeah, we're activating it, kind of, and that's doing its own thing.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The last thing that happened Stellaron-related was Lygus used it for spring cleaning.
So... Here's what I think.
Which is one of the most awesome things that I've ever heard, by the way.
I agree. Nope. Also, welcome, Gannery EX, to the stream. We're yapping about Star Rail and how it relates to Impact 3rd and stuff because I have complaints. What I think would be really funny, actually, is like the reason why we don't know what our end goal is because they haven't actually revealed it, which is to say that like the Eon were all that shit and none of that is the actual end goal. That like... As I've mentioned many before, the thing that really strikes me as super odd about Star Rail is that they put Honkai in the fucking title. We have Sparksy, mentions Honkai by name. We have Silverwolf, mentioning Honkai by name. And then we do not ever explain what the fucking Honkai is or why it's around. So what I think would be really funny is the reason why we're not talking about it is because the Honkai hasn't shown up yet, and the Honkai actually is going to be the ultimate like problem, but like they just aren't talking about it because that would require Welt to do shit. And they won't
I really
let Welt
like
do
the
stuff.
idea. I'm sad that it looks like this isn't the case, but I liked our theory crafting idea that the veracity was killed by Honkai.
I do like that idea a lot.
Yeah, it's a shame that that's not what happened.
They aren't ready to heel turn into a conflict with Honkai. No, they're not. They won't heel turn to that yet. But I do think it'd be very funny to like that be the real problem. Is like the reason why we haven't actually run into this yet is because they haven't introduced Honkai as the main threat, which would be very funny. It's kind of like what Dottore was telling them in Archon Quest when someone's suffering or numbers is too big, people suffering sitting or carrying. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Also, what is your name? I can't read it. The resolution on my monitor sucks. But welcome to the stream, and yes, you are kind of right. That is the problem with Star Rail. Maybe the Solar and Harmony stuff is just another form of Honkai in that part of the universe, kind of how Honkai takes different forms. That is the other thing I was thinking too, because like the Captain Verse stuff has shown us many times, like when Honkai shows up in other bubble universes and other planets, they don't necessarily always call it Honkai. It can be called other things. And
I mean that's fine if they call it something else.
I just want them to tell me how, like, what is it? Are they Honkai? Because like Welt said earlier at the beginning of the game that the Eons are not Honkai beings. So like.
I also think
if they're not Honkai, then what's the Honkai in this universe?
I think at one point that Welt also specifically says that at one point he thought the Stellarons were Honkai related, but they're not. I could be wrong.
The thing I fought you on is like the thing I would fight you on, and I think I still stand by this, is like I don't like the idea of reducing Honkai to being just something that a singular Eon created as their own puppets, like how like the destruction monsters are just a thing that like Nanook creates, right? Reducing Honkai to that is fucking stupid, and they should not be doing that. Honkai is something that is integral to the entire structure of the universe. Like, something that I think that I had forgotten about is that Impact Third uses imaginary energy and Honkai energy interchangeably. So it's possible that when they talk about imaginary things, like, that element being a thing, that they're actually saying that they're wielding Honkai. Like, that could be what Star Rail's actually saying, but they've never actually clarified that at all. And I'm like, okay, if you're going to call Honkai by something else, that's fine. But like, so far as we know, because Welt tells us outright, Eons aren't that. So like, if Eons aren't related to Honkai, then what the fuck is it? How does it relate to this shit? That's what I need to know. And like, it doesn't ever tell us that. And having Sparksy and like Silverwolf saying it and then not explaining it at all, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, where is it? It's the lack of Honkai in the Honkai. Yeah, it's so weird that they just haven't addressed the lack of Honkai in the Honkai titled game. Like, even if they're gonna do like what the Captiverse stuff did of having a planet where it's just Pokemon, like maybe that's what Nexus Anima is gonna do. Where the Honkai is just benign stuff like the little animas or whatever they're called. Okay, at least they'll address it. But Star Rail has never once ever actually addressed this. And it's, to me, the biggest issue that I have as like a veteran player of their titles is because I need to know how this shit connects. We've had Memo Keepers try to steal Kiana's memories. We've had Sparkle show up and fuck around with Vita for a while. Why? How are they here? What are they doing? All of Part 2 focus about permanence, but like, okay, how does that relate? If permanence and the Eons aren't related to Honkai, where is it? What is it doing?
I mean, I don't know if the speculation is to be believed, and like Kiana or some variant of Kiana is destined for like 5.x, then maybe that's when they need to.
Yeah. So Krell, you're saying that Honkai is a form of energy, and while it's distinct stuff like Independent Legion, Mara Struck, and those Void Zombies and Archon trailers are all similar. I mean, I wouldn't deny that things like the Marastruck, whatever, function similarly to Honkai. They do. They serve very similar narrative functions. And as far as what Honkai actually is, we know that the imaginary tree, which remember is like the structure of the fucking multiverse, is basically constructed out of it. Because Herrscher cores act as like a singularity point that channels like imaginary energy from the tree outwards, and they manifest into Herrschers. Like, that's kind of a thing. And their Cocoon of Finality seems to like direct that in some degree. Why it does this, where the Cocoon of Finality comes from, is anyone's guess. But like, it isn't wrong to say that Honkai is just a form of energy that exists. The problem is that like, we've not seen anything shown up in Star Rail that is directly attributed to being a Honkai entity of any kind. Eons are not it. Destruction's not it. It's not some pawn of some other Eon. It's something that is deeply connected to the entire structure of their universe, and they have never once addressed it. And that's such a weird thing to do, which is ultimately my problem. Your hope is that with the trend that everyone in the Extra Plus is getting some SP, you're hoping that Welt is next and his arc will finally get some Honkai thing started. Well, that's what I'm hoping with like the next patch is like we have Welt doing his like Story of Eden pose. He's actually like seemingly gonna maybe do something. And Plan Arcadia has hinted at Vita's existence quite a bit. Void Archives exists. So like we have confirmed Impact Third characters who were in the Story universe who would force their hand into talking about it a bit. But like, why not now? Like, I need to know why they haven't done that yet. Like, why is... Because, like, as far as, like, Honkai Gakuen and, like, Impact Third are concerned, like, you know, Honkai exists in tandem with civilization and the growth of civilization, yet we have multiple civilizations in Star Rail where this has never been a problem. So is it, like, in quarantine somehow? Do the other planets just not get affected by it? How does that fucking work? Why is it just Earth?
I would be so happy if Welt actually gets to do something in the next patch.
See, by the way, Honkai Gakuen Kiana, May might delete Honkai forever if they succeed in what they're doing after Reborn finale. Of course, Hoyo won't do that, but possibilities are there. I don't think they will delete it forever. I think, like, usually when they're doing those kinds of arcs, they're kind of, like, removing it as, like, a threat from that universe, like, that planet. I sadly did not get a chance to finish Honkai Gakuen. I wanted to. And I only know, like, varied bits and pieces that I've managed to glean from the wikis, because they shut down the global servers and I couldn't play it. Which is sad because I really did want to play that and get to learn stuff. I think there are ways to get around to it now, but I hadn't got to that. But so far as I can tell, they're not going to like use a game that very, very few people have played to delete the concept of Honkai from every other title period. Like, they're definitely not going to do that. Honkai is fuck the Earth specifically. Yeah, well, like, that's kind of the thing though. Is like Earth as like a planet in the solar system specifically, they have like a barrier of Honkai energy, like imaginary energy, like around the solar system that prevents any interference without great effort, right? So like Senna and other scions of permanence, like Nalarob, only managed to get into the solar system because Nalarob is a scion of permanence, and she broke a hole through it, and it destroyed their fucking ship and nearly killed her. And then Memo Keepers can do their own things. They showed up just to fuck with Kiana a bit. And then we have Sparkle, who, how she and Sampo managed to show up on Earth is anyone's guess. No one knows how she got there. And the Memo Keepers confirm that Earth is completely devoid of any Eonic influence at all. They've not ever interfered with the solar system. So, like, why is Earth isolated with this Honkai barrier? Why is it the only one where Eons don't affect it? What? Why? What's going on? I don't understand. This is a question that's been on my mind for ages, and every patch that comes out with both Star Rail and Impact Third, I keep trying to figure out, okay, how does this connect? How do these things relate? Why do the Memo Keepers care about Kiana? Like, they tell us that, like, Kiana's powers at the time that they talk to her are, like, basically on par with an Emanator, but the implications that her powers are limitless. And they don't come from an Eon. So, like, what the fuck is a Kakuna Finality? What is Kiana in comparison to that? People use the term Throne Emanator a bit. They toss that around saying that Siren's the same thing, which, if Siren's stability, that means they're a person on the verge of becoming an Eon. But, like, again, Kiana's powers aren't drawn from that. So what does that mean?
I mean, you know, obviously some of these questions are going to be answered by Rin Tosaka.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the Fate collab, the Fate, famously simple franchise, is going to make things clearer for me.
Yes.
Star Rail, it seems very few people are aware of the entry of tree in the Sea of Quana. They seem to know it as more of a theory, less of a fact or law. See, that was kind of the implication I had too, because like, Ligus, his person, right? He does know about the Magic Tree. It's a known scientific theory that, like, everyone knows the Magic Tree is a concept.
Obsidian.
Yes.
Sorry, this is a tangent, but do you know if it's okay for a cat to eat a chip, like a potato chip?
Depends on what flavor the chip is. If it has garlic in it, no.
Does this have garlic in it?
Cats can't eat garlic, I don't think. It's probably, it won't, I wouldn't let them eat much more of it. It's not good for them to do. There's a lot of like stuff they can't really process, so I wouldn't let them eat too much of it. A small amount probably won't hurt them. It might make them a little sick.
Alright, I'm taking this away from you, Saber. You already have a cold.
Yeah, I wouldn't let them eat too much of it.
No, it's just that there was like little tiny parts of chip that like
a normal chip is fine according to Insane.
Okay, it was a barbecue chip though.
So you said you need to go to the devs and slap them asking what the relation to Honkai is. Dude, I've been asking this question from like day one. I've been trying to figure out how these games connect for years. And I genuinely I'm struggling. I have like a timeline of Impact Third that is incomplete, and it's already like 72 pages long. And I've been trying to figure out stuff like this. I'm trying to understand things like revisiting old stories. Like even right now, I wanted to stream this game on my Mod Insane's account because I wanted to like revisit the story to see what things I had missed, because it's been years since I've played a lot of this stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's like redo this and see where we're at, see what I can learn from it. Although we're still not out of like retcon territory yet, because this is still really old stuff. But
right,
it's just there's so much stuff that I'm like been trying to piece. I'm like, what does this fucking mean? And when we get to part two, like part two talks a lot about like more concepts that come from Star Rail, like, you know, with Eons, like they talk about permanence a lot. And I'm like, okay, how does this relate? I need to know how these things work. Your theory is that throne level emanators is the pinnacle of what an emanator can be, inheriting the Eon's will and not just their power. Is the pinnacle of an emanator under that Eon. That would make some sense. I could see that. Or form the barrier which blocks Earth from the Eons, isolating the solar system from the rest. It has to be quite powerful, no? Blocking Eon's access is a significant test, or significant feat, yeah. I would agree. Well, like, the question really comes up of, like, why does the barrier exist? Is it a natural thing, like just a tidal zone that occurred naturally, or was it done there intentionally to isolate Earth from the rest of the universe?
So if it's, I mean, in either scenario, it proves that there is something more powerful than an Eon.
Oh, but absolutely.
In the scenario where it's not a natural thing, then it demonstrates that there is a entity out there that is more powerful. Because whatever could create a barrier that could keep out Aeons would logically be stronger than an Aeon. And stronger than all the Aeons, I guess, because none of the Aeons, as best we understand
here's my real crackpot theory. All right, the real crackpot shit. I talked this a little bit before, and this is a concept that I really like. So when Impact Third talks about the Sea of Quanta and the Imaginary Tree, they sort of personify them a bit. They like to say the Sea of Quanta seeks to drown the Imaginary Tree because it perceives it as like an unnatural existence, and the tree seeks to absorb the Sea of Quanta into itself by extending its roots deeper and deeper into the sea. They sort of personify these things. I like the idea that the Sea of Quanta isn't necessarily just this like passive higher dimensional force, but like it does have a degree of sentience. And the Imaginary Tree also is the same way. And that they will resurrect the idea of the Will of Honkai. That remember that what we had known beforehand is that when prior to the end of part 1, the Will of Honkai was described as like the guiding force, the god behind the powers that destroyed everything, right? And then Kevin's like, there is no Will of Honkai, we made it up. But then Honkai Gakuen has a version of the Will of Honkai, which I don't think was given that explanation, so they have their own version. So there's a concept of this like thing, this power that creates Honkai beings. I like the idea of like the Cocoon of Finality, looks like a giant fucking eyeball. Maybe it is. Maybe it's tied to an actual Will of Honkai, a proper thing that usurps or opposes Eons, whereas Eons might be creations of the Sea of Quanta that oppose it. Like, again, like Imaginary, because remember that Honkai as an energy thing is tied to the Imaginary Tree and Imaginary Energy. Eons might pull from the Sea of Quanta instead. In which case, these two opposing forces would be the ultimate like cosmic goal of this, which is why we've not seen any Honkai stuff yet, because Eons control everything we see in Star Rail, so naturally there wouldn't be any Honkai stuff in those areas. The thing that could create a barrier around the solar system to keep Earth separate would be the actual Will of Honkai. Like a real one, not a fake out one. Which I personally really like that idea. But I think that there might be some stuff in Impact Third. I'm vaguely recalling an instance where they described the Cocoon of Finality as like a parasite on the Imaginary Tree, which might contradict that idea. We'd have to get to it to see, because I don't remember where that was. Had to go hunt for it. But like, that's something that I would really, really like a lot as an idea.
Right.
Whether or not they will actually do that, I don't know. Because we don't know where the Cocoon of Finality came from. We just know that it passed through the solar system and fucked up a bunch of shit. And as far as like the actual title zone is concerned, there's not a whole lot we know about it other than like it just prevents things from entering and exiting. And while you can pass through it with like a Stargate, this is something that Mara tells Vita in a letter that basically says, fuck you, I'm going to come back to kill you one day. You can't leave and come back unless you have like a Stargate, which is what the Star people, the Sky people do in a Post-Honkai say. They create Stargates, which implies they're an extra universal force or something like that. We don't know what's going on with them. And outside of that, you can use, like emulators can tear a hole through it, but not without like almost killing them and, damaging everything they do to get through it. So like, there's a lot of like things about this zone that like, all we know about it is it kind of works like a barrier reef in an ocean and you can't really get through it. So whether or not that's natural or someone put it there, it's just no one's really ever bothered to explain that. But if Honkai and the Will of Honkai actually properly exist, that's like an actual thing, instead of just like what Kevin said where it's not real, they just made it up, I think I wouldn't be opposed to like Hoyo resurrecting the idea. It would make things make a lot more sense in my mind. Because that's something, it's such a neat thing. And I think Vita also explained to that, because like Saw and Vita, they sort of describe Vita as like this, or the original, like, so Saw is like the like voice of the deep in a sense. She like draws her powers not from Honkai, but from like the Sea of Quanta itself. And she's dramatically weaker than the Cocoon of Finality. Like, this is pretty clearly defined to us. But the idea of her pulling her powers from somewhere else is already an established fact. We already know that people can do that. And I guess to an extent, Sealy also works that way. They call her Herrscher of Rebirth, but her powers don't necessarily come from Honkai. She's a Herrscher born in the Sea of Quanta, which is a unique existence in and of itself. And that's the whole thing for that part 1.5 explained. So Sealy also might have powers that come from not Honkai, which if Eons pull from that, that would explain why having like the star rails work, and why having like the Eons and their pathing affects things, because they're like manipulating their energy to affect people's fates. They're tangling them up, whereas Honkai would destroy it actively. Which leads back into that theory we had before of like, there's a fourth way to kill eons, which is Honkai does it. Which
Yeah.
they've never explained that, but that could be a fun twist later on. Is like, by the way, there is a fourth way. There's a way we didn't know about Honkai energy. And of course, if Welt's still around at that point, Welt could be like, fucking no. Let's not do that. Which I would like. But will they do this? I don't know. You like the Cocoon of Finale as a corpus of an Eon theory. Well, again, the problem I have with that is I don't like reducing Honkai to just something, a creation of an Eon. And again, I think that that's also directly and completely and totally contradicted by the fact that the Memo Keeper who talks to Kiana straight up just says that this is a region completely unaffected by eons. If the Cocoon of Finality, and by extension, everything that Herrschers can do, all the Honkai energy, is just a puppet of some eon that died, you would think the Memo Keeper would say something about that. I'm like, oh, this is from the Eon of Finality that's dead, or whatever, right? Like, you would think that's what it would be. But no, they specifically tell you, this has nothing to do with eons. And Welt also reaffirms that when he... Because, like, Welt's our former Herrscher. He would know Honkai energy if he was, feeling it, right? If eons operate the same way that Herrscher, or, Honkai does, Welt would know. He would have, presumably, would have said something to someone. But he doesn't. And he consistently never addresses the fact that eons don't seem to pull energy from that source. They seem to be something entirely different. If the Memo Keeper could recognize a corpse for what it is, I mean, this is also true too. Like, it's very possible that characters are just wrong. This is not the first time we've run into that. So, for example, I did a video ages ago. It's the Mylesia video, when we were talking about the 13th Herrscher and stuff and what she's the Herrscher of. There's lines of dialogue in the manga where Jackal talks about how Kevin is the influence for the legends of King Arthur. She specifically cites the stuff, but then the manga also later shows that King Arthur was an actual person. And it's one of those things of Jackal might have been right about some stuff, but she also was completely wrong about a few other things. Where Kevin was not necessarily the sole influence for the legends of King Arthur. King Arthur was an actual person, and he just warped into a bubble universe and disappeared forever. So it isn't wrong that characters could just not know what the fuck they're talking about, but until we have something that actually tells us that, we only can really work with what we're given. And what we're given right now is that multiple characters who would know this have never said that eons have anything to do with Honkai at all, in any way whatsoever. That's the only information we have been told. Now, that could be wrong, but we have no evidence so far to suggest that that's the case. So, until told otherwise, I'm not going to, operate under the assumption that they're lying to us because they're unreliable. They might be unreliable, but we can only work with what we have. Who said that Cocoon is the source of Honkai and not just a factor manipulating it? Well, that's sort of what I was getting at before, is, I vaguely recall there being a line of dialogue that says the Cocoon of Finality works sort of like a parasite to the imaginary tree. So that it could be redirecting it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's an eon, or that it has to operate that way. It could be something that that wouldn't naturally occur, and yet it does, and that's why Honkai is able to manifest in the way that it does on Earth and in Honkai Gakuen. So maybe, but because we don't know where the Cocoon of Finality came from, it's difficult to say. It seems to have some degree of sentience. It talks to Kiana and Senna, so. I don't think we can say that. Entities, Honkai is a phenomenon, the law of the universe. Honkai should not be just a product of creation of Eon. I'd go mad if they go the route. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. That's where I'm at. It is again, it's a phenomenon. It's something that's fundamental to the universe. You can't reduce it to just some puppeteering thing. You cannot reduce it to that. You don't put this thing in the title just for it to be one of many entities that can fight you, right? You can't reduce it to that. That's not what this is about. Honkai is supposed to be an existential threat. That's the whole point of it. It's like eldritch horror, right? That's the whole point of it. So I'm very much against the idea of it being just a puppet of an Eon thing. Very much against that. But if the eldritch horror part of it is just that it's, an actual real will of Honkai, I'm okay with that, because that's something that would be above eons. It'd be above the rest of it, and it might actually explain why eons exist too. It's they might be create sort of like a Herrscher thing, but a grander scale for the Sea of Guanta, just to go back and forth in this perpetual cycle of yin and yang kind of thing between the imaginary tree and the Sea of Kwanda. That's where I sit. That's where I want it to be. We just don't know anything about the Cocoon of Finality right now. And I would like them to explain that shit. Maybe part 1 will give us more information when I get to the end of it again. They talk about the Cocoon. Because there is so much talking at the end of part 1. My voice is going to be so tired when we get to that because there is so much yapping that happens at that. Though there are some really fun things, dude. There's like a really amusing line of dialogue where like Kiana talks to Tesla and she's like, hey, what the fuck was the deal with the Selene at the beginning of the game? And Tesla's like, hey, you know when you like write a paper and it's kind of like a rough draft and it's sort of bad? That was what our plan was back then, and I don't really want to talk about it. And I'm like, I kind of appreciate that they just addressed this. Like, yeah, we don't really, it was a bad plan. Like, you get fun instances like that, but also they info dump the fuck out of you. And when it's coming from characters like Mistalin, who famously talk in weird-ass circles and cryptic nonsense, deciphering what the fuck they're talking about is kind of a task. So I'm hoping that we can make more sense of it when we get around to it, because I suspect there's more information there that will be useful. Haven't played Honkai Gakuen, but I know the game contains deep lore and more about what Honkai actually is. But looking for one who's playing that and have them explain stuff. Yeah, I would have loved to do that personally, but because they shut down the global servers, there's not really like an easy way to go about it. From what I understand, there are some people, but not many, who have found a way to like get access to the original like Chinese servers, I guess, and then like have it real time like translated, or they're working to translate it. But like, there's not many people who like do anything with that. Like Honkai Gakuen has like such few actual players in his fan base. Because I too would like to know about that. Like I only know like a little bit. Like I want to know more about it, but I just never got around to actually playing it. And Corelli, like you sent me the thing. You're right. I forgot about that. A full Ian translation project you can download now. Yes. I forgot you posted that. I need to pen that so I can find it later. Because when we finish playing through like Impact Third in like, a year's time or however long it takes me to get through all this stuff, that could be a fun one to try. If it might be like really tedious to do, but because I didn't really like the gameplay of Honkai Gakuen all that much. It's very mobile gamey. But that might be a thing we could do in the future if I can figure out how to do it. It might be worth trying. But like, I don't know, like there's so much information that I feel like isn't explained, and Star Rail is very much disinterested in telling us anything about it. I'm just grasping at whatever I can.
That's valid.
It's very mobile gamey, but also way more VN mode than Impact Third. Yeah, and Impact Third has a lot of VN moments too. It is a lot of that. I need to get the VNs for Impact Third. Like, I know there are English translations for that, but like not all of them, and they don't quite work very well. I tried doing the anti-entropy one, and it didn't work well. It was rough. I might have to go back and try to track those down again, because those three, I would love to stream those if I could find them, because they're new to me as well. I know the gist of the contents, but and I expect that there's gonna be a lot of retcons in them because they're some of the first materials they ever made for the game. But still, I wanted to stream those too, but they're hard to find. It's difficult. Anyways, we've been on attention for a while, and Himeko and Tesla have been here for a while. We should probably progress the plot.
I mean, yeah, no, Himeko is eager to move things along, I'm sure.
Yeah, because nothing bad will happen to Himeko, guys. For
she's
sure.
Looking forward, especially because she's like 3 days away from retirement. She's really looking forward to just like, kicking back and relaxing.
Tesla's been uncharacteristically patient with you. Yeah, look, she's happy. She's smiling. Tesla never smiles. She's never happy.
Yeah.
Look, she's been fine. She's been very patient these last 30 minutes to an hour. We've been yapping about not this. All right, let's go. Oh, I failed because we've been yapping.
That's hilarious.
That is so... I should one click away from just finishing the fucking stage, and we didn't get the star because we were yapping for fucking 2 hours.
I mean, you know what?
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is the funniest shit by far. I love that. I'll fix that later. The most failed mission in each other in history. Yeah, for real. What the fuck?
That would be the ADHD fail that we had there.
Look, this stream is not called Honkai DeRailed for nothing, alright?
No, that's very true.
I called it that very deliberately. Alright, Himeko, let's go. I'm sure you'll be fine. What? Yeah, what's up, Tesla? An array of highly advanced machining robots covered the entire floor. These facilities are connected to each other to form a massive assembly line. This looks more like a fab than a lab. What? What does that mean, Himeko? A sudden alarm interrupted the two girls before they could figure things out. I guess here comes the welcome party. Fabrication? That makes sense. We'll mop these up and get to the bottom of this. Alright, let's go fight. Hey, look, I dealt 2,000 damage in one hit. Alright, let's run around. Where are we gonna go? I forgot how weird the tech and stuff looks in this area. It's kind of fun. And thwap, thwap, thwap. These things are so easy. This is all the Shixel HQ enemies are. It's just like a bunch of these robots. Bonk, bonk, got him. Alright, who's next? You know, I will say, for as slow as Himeko is, the sound effect of her like beating the shit out of stuff is really satisfying. Like, just that swing and the smack sound just feels really good. I like that a lot. Alright. What am I looking at here? The first playthrough of Epic 3rd? Why are we in this chapter? Oh, we're replaying everything. This is absolutely, decidedly not. My actual account is max level. I have every Valkyrie in the game. So, like, we're playing on my mods account because I can't replay a lot of the, like, all the open world stuff. So, like, Kalustern, the Elysian Realm. He already did Sakura Samsara, so we can't redo that one. But, like, a Post-Honkai 1 and 2, like, we can't replay those on my personal account because I've already done everything. So, as far as replaying this old stuff, we're borrowing my mods account so we can do that. Do you think Tesla also wants to be a pop star like Britney? I don't. Where is that? This would be too show to admit. No, hold on. No, I gotta. This is on my Twitter account. Where is this? It's in my likes. I saw a post recently talking about all the goofy shit like Honkai does in its dialogue, and that came up as one of them. Where is it? Let's get past all the Witch Shadow Atelier spoilers. We can't include that. Ah, here we go. I love this so much. Yes, Tesla. you can be a pop star if you want. I love that this is a real thing. I love this so much. Honkai is so fucking funny. Anyways, progress. I can't fail the time thing again. Beep beep. This may not be a big place, but it sure is filled with secrets. I found the lab control hub. Let me look through this. Give me 10 minutes. Alright, I need a break myself. Tesla did not respond. She was immersed in the data displayed on screen. Himeko found a quiet place to sit down. She could hear the familiar voice in her ears. You're really hurt. There you are, girl. Is this the place you're talking about, Fuqua? No, not yet. Head to the bottommost floor. You'll find the answers there. Wait, these machines. I recognize this symbol. Well, Otto seems to have hidden a trump card here. We also have this really cute Popstar Tesla Sigma. Oh, we do have those. You're cute vampire form. Oh, hi, Charlie. Yes, Penning redeemed this. That's why we're in vampire form.
Yes.
I take back my words. You can find some answers on this floor as well. Look for it. You must find it. Hey. Tesla's angry outburst distracted Himeko. She turned around. Fuko was already gone. Hey! What the hell's wrong with you? Kept shouting at you all this while. You were completely phased out. Phased out? Must be all that fighting. He probably gave you shell shock or something. Calling PTSD shell shock is definitely something. Forget it. Get over here. I found something awesome. Something awesome? Also, I just now realized that Fuqua's referring to seeing the moth, like the moth logo. Like she's, oh, these symbols. I'll have to keep a trump card. The battlesuit that Himeko is about to get, the Vermilion Knight one, is, as I mentioned before, it's the same battlesuit that Dr. May used to defeat their version of the Herrscher of Dominance. And it's what gave her immense radiation poisoning and killed her, inevitably. So, the Vermilion Knight battlesuit is that exact thing, but it's put the Gem of Haste into it, which is what gives Himeko the fire power that she has. So, it's very interesting that Fukua's like, oh, I recognize this, because it's the symbol of the moths. Not that they had that, like, really set up necessarily at this time, but, like, yeah, that's what she's referencing, which is interesting. Alright. Log TBOS 2000-0106. Success. There was an accident. Fucking Otto. But Herrscher Slayer proved its worth in the Second Honkai War. Cecilia's blood seed is near completion. I just need that final piece to perfect the holy blood of Shariek. Herrscher Slayer. I heard that Otto deployed that secret weapon during the Second Honkai. Wait, what the fuck is he? Wait, hold on. Did they deploy this during that time? I don't remember. I think this is retconned. I don't think they actually did this. I'm pretty sure in the second Eruption manga that this is no longer the case. He didn't deploy this stuff at all. Yeah, I think this has been retconned. Let's read on. Alright, here's another log, which is in 2014, I'm guessing. This frustrates me. We spent 14 years on this. The last piece of the Holy Blood remained elusive. No progress was made. Am I becoming too... Okay. Beep beep. Well, that's a problem. I'm sure that's fine. Don't worry about the alarms, guys. It's fine. What's going on? Mainframe firewall just activated. It's alright. I can take care of this. Alright, I guess we'll be fighting some stuff. You know, let's use Baby Himeko. I like Baby Himeko better. She's fun. She's faster. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, wait, am I type countering? I am type countering these things. Rad. Alright, let's see. Find some peace and quiet. Okay, Tesla, can you hurry up, please? There's nothing really going on. There's not even any battle music. It's just quiet, which is a little bit unnerving. I can't go anywhere else. Can I interact with this? Oh, I have to. I'm stupid. I have to interact with it. Alright, here's a log. Another one from 2014. Wait, I already did this! Wait, oh, now it changed. Wait, he says the same thing again. Okay, we spent 14 years since left Holy Blood remains elusive and progress made. Am I becoming too impatient? No, I've been patient for 500 years. The project to activate all 3 gems is still on schedule. We can move to the testing phase. So the 3 gems here would be Conquest, Serenity, and Void. I'm assuming. But the entire project will be delayed if we can't recreate the Holy Blood. Or no, he might be in the Gem of Desire, because they were using that. It didn't work. Looks like we reached a bottleneck. He's found a solution by now, right? Let's keep looking. Alright. Make use of the time and push forward. Okay, that was the plan. Alright, let's take care of these things. These are easy. Not having any... But the lack of battle music is really unnerving. I don't like that. Maybe I'll have to go pull up Spotify and play some battle music in the background. Alright, let's see. What do you guys say? Alright. TBOS HV. I'm assuming that's like Herrscher the Void 01. Dr. Magi is a true genius. Hey, that's the guy that was working on Windy. That's the scientist that did all that work. Dr. Magi. He came up with the HSN B46 serum that deactivated Honkai in vivo and dissipated it as heat. Well, there you go, Krail. Tesla did not make the Honkai serum. It's something that Otto already had. It came from Dr. Magi, who was in the manga The Moonshadow one. He wanted to cure the Valkyries of the Honkai, but I knew at first glance the true value of the serum. This is the final piece of the puzzle needed to complete the Holy Blood. Alas, the good Dr. Magi is no longer around. I would have invited him to share a glass or two with me. Log TB0 or TBOS HV 0538. After adding the calculated ratio of that Honkai serum something and introducing the serum into the Holy Blood sample, the solution turned bright red. Experiment logs, actual trials 1. There are 3 experimental groups: normal females, C-rank Valkyries, and female infected. All subjects are 18 years of age. Height, weight, and various physios are within global average. Results. Normal females did not show any observable reactions after serum injection. The Valkyries lost their abilities to wield the Honkai. Group 3 was the most interesting. The infected zombies entered states of pain and rampage, and a few lost consciousness. And we detected faint brainwave signals from the unconscious subjects. More testing is required to prove our hypothesis. And yes, I said that weird on purpose. Don't worry about it. But we need plenty of resources to prepare the serum. The shortage is hampering progress. What an idiot! Can't the researcher complete the study at one go? I want to know the final results! Tesla, that's not how science is done. You have to do multiple trials to verify the results. You, of all people, should know this. But I sense we're close to what we're looking for. Tax for saying it weird. I'll tax you for saying it weird. Need to unlock 2 terminals here. Alright, well there's the first one. Am I gonna... Okay, I can go this way. God, it is so unnervingly quiet. I really don't like that. Alright, we did it. We've access to the deepest floor. You heard coping that they didn't slap the Honkai title in Star Rail just for marketing? God, I'm right there with you, man. Truly, I am right there with you. Alright, well, those things were easy. You know, I forgot how fun this Himeko was. Like, she's still really slow and cumbersome. But I do like this one. She's not nearly as fun as the Part 2 Valkyries and stuff, but she's still fun. Alright. This is the final log. I better see something useful. Log something. Ah, Otto's evil laugh. Got it. I'm not... Okay, sure. He's laughing. Why is he laughing? What's wrong with this record? Eureka! Injecting a holy blood serum mixture weakened the Emperor-class Honkai beast at observable rates. Its body could no longer control its inner Honkai energy. The Emperor-class Honkai beast was then instantly reduced to ashes. Sounds very useful. Humanity's Spear of Destiny is finally complete. Everything is in place. K423 enrolled in St Freya High School. My informant is in position. And now... And of course, the Spear of Destiny is in my hands. I'll wait for the fruit of my labors to ripen and fall into my hands. I'm gonna have to reread the Second Eruption manga because, like, them deploying the, like, Honkai Slayer tech, I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. I'm pretty sure that the manga directly retcons that out of existence. Because remember, the manga is the newer stuff, so we're gonna have to use the manga as a reference for things. Tesla looked at Himeko. She wanted to say something, but failed to bring voice to those words. While she hesitated, Himeko decided to speak her mind. Can you make the Spear of Destiny? Himeko stretched out her right hand that tightly held the red-colored serum. Ah! Cheese! Charlie, how dare you? Throwing cheese at me. Alright, the serum was printed on the other end of the test tube. It's about time we make use of this. We could find samples of the holy blood in labs, but we do not have the serum. Hey! Alright! Both of you throwing stuff at me. How dare you? I thought you were going to spend your points, insane. What happened to that? Now let the jockey soundbite do it for me. How dare you throw things at me? We could find samples of the holy blood in labs, but we don't have the serum. If they could gather the materials and experimental records, Dr. Tesla might be able to make the Spear of Destiny. But... not trying to be pessimistic, but there's too little serum in this tube. We have only one shot at this. Another noise interrupted them. Himeko stuffed the serum into Tesla's hands and turned around. I'll handle the enemies. You take care of this serum thing, Dr. Tesla. Tesla looked on quietly as Himeko left. She could feel the warmth of her hand from the test tube in her hands. Hey! I have no water with me right now, and you're throwing water at me. Can't believe you, Charlie.
Can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this. She could not lend voice to those words. She knew that those words wouldn't change anything. Let's do it, people. I'll show you what we can do. Hold this place, don't let anyone bother me. Alright, let's go fight some stuff. These enemies came down from the top floors. Seems like a skill issue. Sure, whatever. Can't let it get any closer to Dr. Tesla. Oh, that was the plan. Bonk. 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 Eh.
Get some sleep.
Okay, bye, Pending. Thanks for popping in.
I look forward to hearing that Himeko is still okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep and sleep soundly with the knowledge that everything will be fine with Himeko.
At least at this exact moment, Himeko is still alive.
And I have no issue at all with that phrasing. Alright, see you later.
Bye, Pending.
Bye.
Is this the bottom floor Fukuo talked about? Himeko, are you still alive? Alive and kicking, missus. Is that the entrance to the bottom floor? There shouldn't be any enemies nearby. We're running out of time. Let's split ways. You check what's down there, but you... just go! I don't have time to dally here any longer. Catch this. Tesla threw down a small mechanical device. What's this? Backup parts for a Valkyrie battlesuit. I found it in the lab. All this fighting has totaled your battlesuit. Don't get killed down there. I won't have time to salvage your corpse. Damn, Tesla. Am I gonna get the Lygus mask for Trailblazer? The mask is funny. To be fair, I do like the mask. I might. Don't you worry about me. I think she's gone. Great. I can't have anyone looking at this test. Tesla put on her gloves and took out a syringe filled with purple fluid. The time is now 15:44. The sample has been prepared as per the protocols. Commence testing phase. She then injected the syringe contents into her arm. Here's what you're remembering, Krail. This is the thing you were wondering about. I knew it would come later. I kind of figured. She first injected a Honkai solution. Her skin quickly took on a deathly white pallor. Her skin capillaries gave off a discomforting red glow that slowly spread from her wrist along her arms. Tesla knew what's going on. She witnessed it countless number of times. This is the first sign of human zombification. But this is the first time she saw it happening to herself. She did her best. Tesla's sure that she has not made any mistakes. If the experimental data were true, then the fluid sample in her test tube would be the Spear of Destiny. Don't do anything reckless, Tesla. Meanwhile, Tesla. But that wasn't enough. One more thing was needed to conclude the experiment. Any experiment would need this final step. Indeed, Tesla took another syringe and took a sample of the other solution. Theories, no matter how perfect, are just scratches on a paper until put to the test. There were no volunteers. Tesla had no choice but to test them on herself. She injected the entire fluid sample into her thin arm. The capillaries did not change. Perhaps it would take a while for the reaction to take place. These few seconds were the most torturous moments that Tesla ever experienced. It will be all right. Her theories are always right. She tried closing her eyes. She saw many visions in the darkness. She saw how the serum failed to work, allowing the Honkai to corrupt her brain. She saw how the Honkai began rampaging, causing her arm to blossom to a mess of blood and sinew. How the Honkai failed to activate inside her, but could not be neutralized. She saw how she retained her consciousness while her body rotted and withered away. She saw how her body reacted to it strangely, while her skin assumed white and pinkish hues, transcending the zombies and becoming a mighty Honkai beast. One of those visions even included herself being transformed into a pink Homu. Tesla, what's going on with your brain? Whatever's wrong with Tesla needs to be studied. I like it. She had closed her eyes long enough. Tesla prayed as she opened her eyes. For a typical, I'll inject myself with Honkai zombie juice. Also Tesla. Imagine no one can be as brave as a genius who is smart enough to know how bad things can actually be. Yeah. This is the thing that I really like about this, is like, it kind of has a lot of weight to it. Like, you know, this is a very real thing that could have absolutely killed her. I like the inclusion of that quite a bit. It raises the stakes of this decision quite more than I think most time their writing does. She only saw a thin, frail arm belonging to a girl. There was nothing of note except for several blood vessels underneath her smooth and white skin. Tesla never thought her arm could be so beautiful. Oh dear. She collapsed to the ground like a puppet severed from its strings. She drew in large gulps of air and felt as though a great burden had been lifted from her. It worked! She waved her right arm excitedly like a girl who just received her birthday present. That's right, Mophead. I am a true genius! She said as she nearly killed herself. If you say so. Meanwhile, at the bottom floor of the lab, the flight of stairs seemed endless. And then it ended abruptly.
ここが最下層。
I guess this is the bottom floor.
ふか、来てやったわ。
Alright, Fuqua, I'm here. The light shone and illuminated the outlines of this chamber. It was a somber sight, like a holy shrine housing a relic. That's because it kind of is. Hey, we have other things here. These are the 4th generation Godsbane battle suits. Well, let's do some investigation, shall we? Knight Extremis Osiris. There's a thing in that. Prototype general purpose battle suit. Assignment confiscated. Design defects detected. Project Hunter Killer now shifted to HDA 001J. I wonder what that one. Who would have the Osiris battlesuit, I wonder? Out of the Valkyries we know of. Dark Knight Reaper. Stealth Infiltration battlesuit. Assignment classified. That one's probably Fuqua's. I think that's probably what that is. Security clearance level too low. That one's probably Fuqua's. Alright, what about this one? Hell Knight in Ignis. Thanks for the sub, Charlie. Also the emote. Assignment none. Okay, so no one's using this one. Searching for compatible subjects. So that one should have been here, but they didn't assign it to anyone. Hey, look, it's Night Moonbeam. HCA 02, Night Moonbeam. Long range hunter killer battlesuit. Assignment none. Searching for compatible subjects. I mean, Kiana wielded this one, technically. She think of jumping out of a plane without a chute, watch the ground get closer, only with the hope that her shopping day would be enough for her to not turn into a grease stain. Yeah, exactly that. Also, thank you for the sub, Charlie. Argentite Artemis! Hey, that's Dudendal's! Specialized particle dispersion battlesuit. Assignment classified. That one's Dudendal's for sure. Okay, so there's Fuqua's. So this other one was... I guess it was Rita's then? Dark Knight, or whatever. Who was it that other one be? If that one was Dudendal's, then one of these has to be Rita's as the other classified one. I think. Well, this is Teddy's. Blood Knight Moonlight. Blood Knight, yeah. Exoskeleton Honkai activated battlesuit. Assignment Teresa Apocalypse. Currently stored at Far East Branch. Yeah, Teddy wields that one, we know. What's this one? Alright, Warrior Knight Usagi. It's a rabbit one. Hybrid Drive Imagineon battlesuit. Error missing files. Development project ceased. So that one doesn't actually exist. So a rabbit themed one. Alright, here's Fuqua's. Shadow Knight Eclipse. Okay. High mobility specialized close quarter battlesuit. Assignment class. That one's Fuqua, we know. Currently stored at HQ. Alright, sure, whatever. Alright, error target not found. Project transferred to other labs. Okay, what about this one? Error target not found. Let me guess. Project transferred to other labs? Yeah. Alright, let's go to this one. Himeko pulled herself over the wreckage of the Azer mech and made her way to the end of the corridor. A bright red battlesuit was kept there. I guess this is it. Is this the thing you wanted me to find, girl? You finally made it here. This is what you need. Otto hid this secret here. This is his other trump card. A weapon capable of engaging the Herrscher directly. The prototype of the Godsbane series battlesuits Vermilion Knight Eclipse. I kind of miss when the battlesuits were, like, actually relevant to the plot. In this kind of exact way. They're like developed things. They're different now. They're still relevant to the plot, but in different kinds of ways. The Herrscher has awoken. This battlesuit is the only means we have to fight her. This used to be a relic from the previous era. After acquiring it, Chixol used it as the basis to develop their modern Valkyrie battlesuits. Oh, I forgot about that. That's what they used it for. Huh. That's a detail I couldn't remember. But Otto could not be satisfied. He had a crazier plan. He integrated the Gem of Haste to this battlesuit to recreate the powers of the Herrscher of Fire. Before the test began, Otto ordered all S-rank Valkyries to don this battlesuit and fight the Herrscher if the plan failed. I am in no place to use this. You are the only one I can count on. But I'll leave the choice to you, Major. Also, I kind of wonder like what the role would have been like if Dudendal had to don this. That'd be kind of interesting. Enough talk! I've already made up my mind. Then allow me the honor of putting this on you. Fuhua walked to the battlesuit and extended her hand. Access request verified. Initiate mental wave verification. Verification complete. Privilege category, Zeroth Order Group, Confidant. Request verified. Chamber seals, open. Switching to subject encasement mode. Process complete. Energy reactor ignited. Power supply on. Go. You looked up some of those missing Gaussian battlesuits. Oh yeah, what did you find out? Because some of those are definitely already assigned to others. Argenite Artemis was, Oh no, Argenite Artemis is fucking Rita's. What am I talking about? Argenite Artemis is Rita's battlesuit. It's Bright Knight, the other one's the Bright Knight one. That's the one that Dudendal's has. I'm stupid. The other one was Rita's. That's her S-rank one. I forget the names of these things. What did you learn? I want to know what other ones we have. I wonder if they've even shown up at all. I haven't actually bothered to check this in ages. Wearing this battlesuit will allow the Herrscher gem to corrupt your mind. I will do what I can to delay the corruption. But you alone will make the difference. Who are you, Fuhua? A person like you. We both want to change the world for the better. Himeko entered the battlesuit chamber. The light shone on her body. The world before her eyes slowly turned white. It felt like the first rays of dawn, saintly yet empty at the same time. Alright, Dark Knight Reaper was planned in the game, but scrapped. People dug up the file about it. It was supposed to be an S-rank quantum battlesuit that does physical damage. Oh, okay. It probably would have been a Rita battlesuit, given that it says Reaper. I feel like that would have made the most sense. Would be kind of interesting, though. Yeah, it being a Rita battlesuit makes sense. Or it would have been Sealy, because, like, remember, Sealy was supposed to be, like, she was playing for a long time. Specializes in lightning support, paralyzed enemies, and healed allies while entering battle, and could be triggered while off-field. Okay. I mean, if it's lightning and quantum, I guess that, like, is that what Sealy currently is, like, in her newest battlesuit? Hold on, let's go check that really quick. Hold on, now I'm curious. Now I want to know. Alright, yeah, new Sealy. Yeah, so new Sealy is that, so that could be like what this is. There are even chibi entry, there's a chibi entry for it. In what? What chibi talks about that? It must be one of the Stigmata ones. I guess. What else would it even be referencing? Like, that I need to know. Because I thought I went through all the chibis, but, like, maybe I don't remember this as much as I thought I did. I like the page I found. Oh, yeah, post it in Discord. I want to see about this. Did you find something about all the other ones yet? Or is it just the first one? Also, apparently it's thundering and raining outside. So, hopefully we don't lose power. That would be a problem. Let's see, we don't have too much left of this arc, so we'll just finish this up and we'll read that later. Our cast ultimate wants at least one Himeko battlesuit. Oh no. It's the fucking piano, guys. It's see you in the next world. No. This is when they play that? I don't remember that being it. Stop here. You've done your best. You've done everything you can as a mortal. This is when they play this song? I didn't remember that. This was a Honkai Impact song, I'm sure. That girl was born a Herrscher. You can't change her fate no matter how hard you try. Dude, I didn't realize this was when they played that song. Dude, that hurts me. That's fucking rude. I remember. I hadn't played this. I fucking forgot entirely. Fool, why sacrifice everything you hold dear? I love that this is Himeko fighting against her own doubts. Like, this is such an interesting way of handling this. Of, like, her, like, wrestling with the idea of self-sacrifice. That's so interesting. I remember those fights kicking the shit out of me. Yeah, I remember. Stop, this is madness! Cut the crap. Done talking already. I know what I'm doing. They'll do the same thing as well. On having all the girls help us out? Bruh. And then having Kiana be this one? Dude, this is rough. If it can be done, then I'll do it. The girls are out there waiting for me. Our journey will not end here. Having Kiana be the last one to help her here while she fights her inner doubts? Dude, that's so sick! I forgot all about this. What the fuck? That's it. You defeated your inner demons. Your human form is temporarily blessed with Herrscher powers. My mission with you has ended. I'm glad I can be of help at the 11th hour. Dude, that's fucking rude! And the chapter's called Bloody Lotus? Dude, that's so fucking rude. I completely forgot about this. Major Himeko, many thanks for your lessons. Perhaps fate will bring us together again in the future. This battlesuit's so sick, though. Thank you, Fuka. Also like that they call her Fuka in like the actual Japanese. I like that a lot. Alright, finally the best Himeko battlesuit. Get out of here, bitch! Boss entered overdrive mode. I don't give a fuck. This battlesuit's fucking banging. Alright, let's do that. How about we don't get me pinned up against a wall, you annoying shit. I think I just wait it out if I really wanted to. Bonk. And bonk. And is dead. The massive machine became a pile of burning scrap. Himeko plunged her greatsword into the ground and exhaled with satisfaction. She can feel her heart pounding. Her body had never felt so light before. Her injuries no longer ailed her. A reservoir of power welled up within her, waiting to be unleashed. Alright, girls. Hope you don't miss me. Himeko's back in action. Look at how fucking sick this battlesuit is. Like, I love this battlesuit so much. This is such a good design. It feels so like reminiscent of her other battlesuits, like the torn, tattered like legging things of the blood. Oh, is it the Blood Rose one? Like, this is so good. I love the orange, the red. Like, this is just a fucking great design. It's one of my favorites of all time, honestly. Like, it's such a great design. I will glaze it forever. I don't even care. Alright, so you posted this in Midtown? Alright, let's go take a look-see. Alright, did they have anything on the other ones, or was it just this one? Okay. Chibi. What fucking Chibi talks about it? Oh, there was a Chibi thing, but it was supposed to be there and it's not there now. That's what that is. 4th generation Godsbane class battlesuit, unlike the more flashy models, Bright Knight Excelsius and Hell Knight Igneous. That's probably Vermilion Knight, is what that actually meant. Of all this year's battlesuit features are geared towards stealth and infiltration, resulting in astonishing versatility with many attacks and the ability to assassinate her enemies from behind. That feels like a Rita battlesuit, you know? Like, that feels like a Rita one. And now that I'm reading this, and you've mentioned that the context was, I feel like I'm remembering it now, of this discussion being a thing. God, that was so long ago, too. Date of birth, December 2nd. Well, hold on. It actually gives us hold on. December 2nd. Whose fucking birthday is that? That'll tell us who it's supposed to be for. Let's see. Directory. Where is Rita? So it wouldn't have been Rita because her birthday is March 1st. Is it Seely? No, that's October 18th. Dudendall's is January 1st, technically, but not really. Ellie's is November. Now, who would it have been? Or is it just like a placeholder one? December 7th is Kiana's. May's is April. Bronya's is August. Whose would this have been for? Like, nobody else has, like, a birthday for that. Like, I know Fuqua's is in, like, November. Or no, it's February. No, it's not November. It's somebody else looking off. February 9th. Who the fuck? Who would that have been for? If December 2nd is the date of birth, I don't know who the fuck that's for. One Godspeed not included in the lineup earlier was Jade Knight battlesuit that Sushung uses because it wasn't planned yet. Yeah, placeholder they plan to for a non-main character. Like Sushung got Jade Knight. Yeah. Insane doesn't have Sushung. Oh no, yes he does. Okay, hold on. Let's check Sushung. April 3rd. So it wouldn't have been Sushung either. Who the fuck else would that have been? I'm just trying to think of, like, who else has, like, a birthday around that time. And I genuinely can't think of anyone. Check every 6. I'm gonna have to look. I'll look later. Because, like, that's something that I'm, like, really curious about now. Because, like, the description sounds like it would fit, like, Seely or Rita. Like, as far as, like, how that seems to work. Sasana, he doesn't have Sasana, so I'd have to, like, log out and go to my account to do that. We'll put a pin in that. Whenever we finish this arc, which is the next 3 stages, we'll finish this. We'll go back and get, like, the the last little thing here. Or no, maybe we won't. And we'll go to my account and we'll go check the actual like birthdays because now I'm really curious. Oh, we're playing as Bronya again. Airspace above the Southern Outer Passage Helheim Honkai Energy System Labs. About 4 kilometers from Dr. Tesla's signal broadcast. No anomalies detected in the vicinity. Roger that. Reduce cruising speed and begin descent. Initiate search for Dr. Tesla and company. Full alert, squads. The Herrscher may attack us at any time through the imaginary space. Doctor, our casualties. We're badly hit. Madame Teresa's wounds have been tended to, but it will take a while for her to fully recover. As for May, she suffered heart injuries when the Herrscher took away the Gem of Conquest. Her vitals are growing weaker. She must undergo cardiac surgery to survive. I forgot it was this serious for May. We have no choice but to withdraw after locating Tesla and the others. Radar picked up a large swarm of Honkai beasts attempting to attack the battleship. Battle stations. Alright, I gotta fucking remember how Bronya works. Oh god, how the Bronya's so slow! God, I do not miss this version of Bronya. Genuinely do not miss this. Bam, bam, bam. I do like this, though. This is fun. This punching, that's good. Her actual stuff, though, sucks so much. I mean, she does a lot of damage, at least. Alright, let's grab that. Alright, who's next? This guy's easy. Okay. And we are not going to break a shield like this. Bam. Bam. God, I used, like, Yamabuki armor used to be, like, one of my most deployed Valkyries. I cannot imagine using this now. This is so much worse than all the new stuff. And got him. So the cannon version worth using. The ones with spinning balls, because they can penetrate a lot of enemies and do good damage. Yeah, it's so rough going back to old Bronya, man. The thunderous ring of metal on metal was deafening. Bronya's vision began to swirl. Powerful inertial forces violently tossed her body about like a ragdoll. What happened? Has the Hyperion crash landed? Her vision slowly returned. She can see light piercing the darkness. Yet, Bronya must return. Bronya's vision started to get brighter. Then, she saw her. The fire continued to burn. Major Himeko. Excellent work, Bronya. Incoming hostiles detected. Return to the Hyperion. Leave this to me. I do love that they like give us a lot of time to see Himeko like facing this like inevitable demise and like letting her actually be a fucking badass for a while. Like I love the way they handled like building up to this. It's so good. I mean, there's moments it could be a little better, but like I think overall this is a fantastic way of handling this. Space curvature anomaly detected. I've never seen Honkai energy levels that high. More hostiles incoming. We must stop the Herrscher from summoning more minions. I'll distract the enemies. Focus on saving the wounded. Can we restart the Hyperion's engines? Port side armor plating compromised. Drive chamber impacted. Shock absorb systems damaged. Oh, it's this scene from earlier. We'll need time to make her airworthy again. Drive conversion rates. Calm down. Just tell me how much time you need. 3 minutes. Just give me 3 minutes and we'll be out of this place. Alright, let's go. A violent Honkai reaction is quickly closing on our location. It's the Herrscher. This is bad. We're in no position to engage here. Make the Hyperion skyworthy again for repositioning. Alright, where's the enemies? Okay, I need to get a combo on this. Alright, there we go. Alright, do we have anything else? Don't get knocked down? Okay, so we can just kill it now. Ow, dick. Ah, we're back to this now. Nice. So they shows that scene earlier completely out of, like, context. I'm sure everything's fine, guys. Trust. It's okay. Drip, drip. Drops of her blood sizzled, dried, and blackened as they fell to the superheated floor. The cruel and malicious voice could be heard. Oh dear. Can't believe I'm getting stopped by this. You should stick to the script, girls. The rolling heavens was torn apart. The Herrscher could be seen amidst the flashes of lightning. Kiana. Found you. It doesn't matter who goes first now. You're all insects to me. I'll start with you. I've been waiting for a while, sugar. I hate that. I hate reading that. Hey, Himeko. Gather the wood and get back in the air. Hurry. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna hurt, probably. Oh no, she's doing thing. These double attempts to break the Gem of Serenity. Yeah, I got that. Let's see. Love the Southern Bell Himeko. It is kind of fun. What? The battle suit? That looks painful. You're actually bleeding. I never expected a god to bleed. She's so cocky, dude. I love it. Himeko with a sweet southern accent? Yeah, apparently. Impossible. I should have killed you a dozen times over. Oh, I am so sorry. I can be rather sticky at times. What the? Himeko. The fucking phrasing! The fucking phrasing, Himeko. No! No! You know that her sword is actually the smallest sword attached to it that she uses, but every time she uses it, it goes off screen so fast, it's hard to see it. Yeah. Insolent human. Don't you ever get tired of calling us insects or humans? I have a name, you know. Try to remember it when you go to hell and cry to your daddy. I'm Himeko Murata. Hell yeah, Himeko. Basically, it's like when you go to hell, tell him Himeko sent you. Like, fuck yeah, girl. Try all you want, Sidon. I'm still gonna kick your ass. What's also good about this is it also feels very one-sided. But it's because it's in Himeko's favor. Great sword clashed with dreadful lance. Fire blazed and shadows danced. The Valkyrie swung her great sword and bravely stood against the maelstrom of destruction. Curses! You're nothing but an insect to me! The lance coughed up blasts of lightning. The smoke smelled of death. But the blazing greatsword whipped up a firestorm that reduced it to ashes. That armor is powered by a gem. My gem! Curses. I'll rip you to the threads with everything I've got! The Herrscher's face was a twisted grimace. She directed all her fury towards the prey. She would stop at nothing to annihilate the red-haired Valkyrie. Such anger blinded her that she never saw another pair of eyes studying her every move. System control online. Output control online. Trajectory control online. Target locked. Commencing range corrections. Correction complete. We will not waste this opportunity you've created for us. Fire. Thanks, Einstein. Oh man, I wish this was not so, like, bit crushed to shit. This is a great image if we could actually see it. A powerful beam shot forth from the cannon and directly struck the Herrscher's body. Oh no, they bit crushed her. The secret weapon hidden on the Hyperion was finally fired in anger. And it struck true. What is this? They hit her with a compression beam! Honkai energy leaked out of her broken shell. The vast reservoir of Honkai within the Herrscher sprayed forth from every crack and orifice in her body. The unbridled energy quickly transformed into bright rays of light erupting from the Herrscher that then dissipated as intense waves of heat. My body! Her body was being torn apart. Powerful photonic currents continued to bombard the Herrscher, peeling her pinions from her wrecked body. Edison, a scientist born in the 20th century, initiated humanity's greatest project for civilian use. The world's greatest Honkai energy converter and anti-entropy's ultimate weapon. Forced after 50-year project heralded its appearance with one shot. It is the weapon that bore the ideals and will of humanity. It is the Selene! Or back to the sad piano again. This hurts me so much. Beep. The Herrscher has escaped into the imaginary space. We've dealt a massive damage, but she managed to escape. Selene, she gone. Yeah. Perhaps we shouldn't have forced fired the weapon. We have few options left. Evac all personnel to the ship. Commence withdrawal right now. I'm sure everything is fine, guys. I'm sure it's fine. Beyond Ragnarok. That's a fun name for that. Oh, we're getting cutscenes now. We're not even getting the actual, like... We're getting cutscenes, guys. The Hyperion lower deck passageways. Himeko leaned against the railings outside the medical bay. People carrying the wounded rushed past her. She tried to stanch her wounds. She could not stop the bleeding. I guess I did a number on myself this time. No one heard her. The serum glistened palely and reflected her scarred face. The piercing alarm began to sound, adding even more chaos to the riotous corridor. But to Himeko, the world was as peaceful as it could be. Alright, I guess it's time for a breather. She straightened herself and went the opposite way of the rest of the crew. Time seemed to have paused at that moment. You girls never grow up. But I really like it here. We probably still have a long way to go, right?
みんな
Godspeed, girls.
運を祈るわ
They really liked using Godspeed, didn't they? This is like a really common thing they kept doing in this. They don't do this anymore. Soldiers, medics, wounded personnel wrapped in bandages, and damage control specialists. Crew of the Hyperion, people of the Far East Branch, and members of Anti-Entropy. Those that Himeko had seen, and others that Himeko never seen before. Those who knew her, and those who didn't. All of them passed by her without a word.
本当
I'll kill for another can
あ
of
と一
beer.
杯飲みたかったわ
And thus, every Honkai player took psychic damage. Because now we go into this. You guys ready? I'm ready. Unidentified heat signature approaching from aft at 420 kilometers an hour. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Target confirmed on monitors. Unknown heat signature rapidly closing in. Optical system failures. I can't read all this super fast, by the way. Here, I'll just turn off my thing so you guys can read it.
来たか
Oh, hold on. I'll hide myself too. Up. No, Steam, go away. And then it just gets even more, like, powerful. You gotta react like this the first time. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Oh no, guys, look at how cool this is. Oh no, where are we at? Make it a short and form views? Yeah. I do love this, though. God, the walking on, like, little discs is so cool.
逃げられると思った？
待ってたわよ
死を迎える準備は整った？
This is so fucking cool, though. Like, I love the way this looks.
抗うがいい。
Like, Sidon's just toying with her. Love the Honkai Cube design. It's fun.
この程度か。
I do like this. This is so sick. The fucking disrespect. The crazy one-sided ass beating shit show at the first. Yeah, no. Alright, here we go.
あんたの攻撃は終わりそれなら私の番で文句ある
I do like that they showed us like the Honkai corruption on Tesla earlier, just so we can see it on Himeko here as well.
キアナあんたが目を覚ました時全てが変わっている世界はもう美しくない平凡な日常も
This is so sick.
でも諦めないで何があっても諦めないで
調子に乗るな。
Yeah, they let Himeko be so fucking cool here. Kiana's VA doing a great job in the performance here too.
少佐、少佐、
少佐
少佐。姫子、私
Let
は
me end it on
最強の
him,
バル
like
キリー
on Kiana. God, My heart! Ah, it hurts me. God, it's so fucking good, dude.
キアナ、顔を上げなさい。あんたは前に進むのよ。この不完全な物語をあんたの望む姿に変えなさい。
God, it's so good! God, I love this fucking animation.
キアナ、
This is the most depressing shit.
これで授業はおしまいよ。
And seeing her like lose all the color in her body too. God, it's so. And this be the last thing Kiana sees. I love that delivery.
My most cherished thing, so stay alive bravely.
The pain! The pain! God, but they let her be so fucking cool in that, though. It's so good, dude. God, I fucking love that animation. Sorry for Star Rail ahead, that's what the Never Let You Go line. Oh, dude, I'm gonna, like, lose my shit. If the next Star Rail patch kills Himeko off and they, like, homage this, I might actually, like, I might just, like, implode on the spot. I might just be gone. Just fucking channel's over, guys. I might just, like, lose my shit. Immediately. The Hyperion escaped encirclement. Subject K-423 and the prototype Godsbane battlesuit went missing. The Herrscher returned to her slumber. The Honkai eruption she wrought continued to spread. In the face of such catastrophe, anti-entropy may rally and ally with Teresa once more. Let's see. Oh, I need to turn back on my other shit really fast. Border and overlay. There it is. All that's back on. I don't know if I'll be more mad or more sad. I think if it's done well. Planet Cody's been doing pretty well so far. So if they do this, I feel like it would be a good thing to do. There's also her, a most unstable element. The 8th divine key, Feng Huang Down, seems to have powers beyond my knowledge. No matter. These trifles will not stop the tests. Thanks, Otto. And thus, Kiana was kicked out of the story for a year in real time. Dude, this arc is so fucking good. God, I love this arc so fucking much. And then, like, we don't actually see Kiana. Like, I think the Arc Stalker, I don't think it shows up in this. And then we got a Dark Serpent stuff, which is setting up things like, we don't see Kiana again for a while. Like, it took so long for us to see her again. It's so fucking good. I do hope that if Star Rail does decide to kill off Himeko, that they will do justice to both this entire sequence and, like, the character in Star Rail as well. Like, I hope they give her a good, like, proper moment, because, like, this is such a good way of, like, isn't they spent, like, this entire chapter, like, building it up. They had the Chronicles just coming out earlier, which, like, also let Himeko, like, have her moment to shine and be a proper character. And then they kill her off in a way that was, I feel like, a pretty good send-off to the character, all things considered. I mean, I think that if they were to do it now, she maybe would have had a slightly better send-off presentation-wise, just because Hoyo is such a bigger company than it was at the time. But, like, it's just so good. I don't have the same faith that they'll actually make this impactful as Chapter 9. Yeah, I do have my concerns as well. We'll have to see. I don't know how much I can believe that they'll do well or not, but I want to be optimistic about it. Because there's so much about the trailer that bits and pieces I've seen without any real context that do seem to pay like homage to this, that I'm like, please, if you're gonna do it, commit and do it well. I'm really hoping they'll commit and do it well. Will they? I don't know, but we'll have to find out. Right, so let me turn that off for a second so I can go to my actual account. I don't need you guys seeing my email and stuff. It's probably a good time to wrap things up because I'm hearing a lot of thundering and lightning outside. Star World struggles with good build-up. I kind of agree. Star World does struggle with that, and that is an issue. Yeah, booting the game up. From what you've seen, it really feels like it'll be more of a big reference instead of its own super impactful one. Yeah, like, I mean, if they spend a lot of time, like, building up to it during the entire patch, that might help it, but I don't know. I want to be optimistic. I really want to be. Again, Planet Arcadians are doing pretty well so far. And they have done some build-up, like you know, fleshing out Himeko's story and stuff. Alright, here, we're back to my account now. Let's see, let's go look at the story on my side of things. So start, story, where are we even at? That would be here. Where does Kiana show up again? Oh yeah, not until like over here. God, it takes forever for us. We have to go through the entire Bronya arc before we get to Kiana again. Man, it's going to be a while before we get to that. And then we have all of this stuff. Wait, does this happen before? This does happen before. Oh, weird. Okay, and then the Void Drifter stuff. This is what I remember being the next thing, like the Arc City stuff. And then all of this stuff. We're going to get to some really sad things. Save Himeko, dies. I mean, Welt might go down the road of sacrifice. That would be, like, kind of appropriate for Welt, considering that, like, Himeko's death in this game, he does blame himself for. Like, he talks about it in the manga a bit, and whether or not all that manga is still canon or not is its own thing, but, like, Welt does blame himself for that in a sort of roundabout kind of way. And it was always my understanding that, like, Welt was with Himeko in the Astral Express, partially because he's stuck, and partially because he wants to make sure that Himeko's protected, that a version of her does exist. He also struggles with, like, recognizing variants as their own people. We've had that come up a few times, that he has a really hard time perceiving variants as their own individual people. And he keeps comparing them to the people that he's already seen before on Earth. So, in some way, he's trying to get redemption, and I do wonder if, like... Because if that's how they're going to do it, like, they would need to actually have him talk about the events of this game, and Himeko's death and what happened. Which he might do. I mean, he did talk about Kevin to Acheron, so, like, he might talk about things. Maybe. Possibly. I'm not holding my breath, but he might. Alright, so let's go through the Valkyries and see who has what birthdays. Let's see. Rosa and Lilia, we don't have their birthdays, and they never get talked about anyway. We already checked Dudendal. Ravens is June. It would not be any of the Flame Chasers. Sushong is April 3rd. November 29th, this is Sana. Aichen obviously isn't going to have anyone. Mistalin doesn't have one. Kira is September 8th. She wouldn't have been relevant anyway. Sakura's in July. Colin doesn't have one. Wouldn't it be Carol? Coralie and Hellier are too new. Wouldn't be any of the Mars people. Well, it has a point. They're their own people, but he is justified in using his prior understanding of characters and understanding each variant a little better. I mean, yeah, he's not entirely wrong. Like, I wouldn't fault him entirely for that. Let's see. Shook's all nice. Let's check some of these. Lucia. We don't see her birthday. Or Viola. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure which Valkyrie could have even been the one that was for. Because, like, the December 2nd birthday doesn't line up to any Valkyrie we know. So I'm not sure. And this doesn't give us birthdays. So there's not much we can use from that. And all the known Valkyries who this would be relevant for don't have that set up. And we could check like the Flame Chasers and stuff, but that's not really relevant for this. Like Ellie's not going to be relevant. November 11th. Let's see, Mobius, April 30th. Pardo, July. They have a lot of June and July babies. May for Aponia. October. She's born on Halloween? Why did I not know that Eden was born on Halloween? I feel like I should have known that. Grizz, December 21st. May 5th for you. We already checked you. Prometheus doesn't have one. Sirin doesn't have one, but hers is probably July. Spooky Eden, yeah. Carol's is September. Senna doesn't have one. Corley. I like her height. It's just a face. This Cheerly should be this face a lot. I gotta give Cheerly shit. She gets to be this face. This happens quite a bit. Wait, take a guess. You're short and not much. That's what it is. Yeah, Cheerly, you know you do that. Helia's birthday is not listed. Why do they not have Helia and Corley's birthdays listed? That's a weird one. None of the Mars... I guess like the Mars ones wouldn't because they're not on Earth, so why would they have Earth birthdays? It's weird that they don't include them at all. And then Vita doesn't have one. Huh. Yeah, I guess like it doesn't line up to any known Valkyrie, so you might have been right that it was like a placeholder. That makes the most sense to me. Well, okay. I think we're going to call it because like weather's getting kind of bad here and I don't want to have my PC on if like power goes out. Next time that we stream on this story, we will start doing... Oh, where are we at? We're on this. We're going to finish up probably at least Arkstalker. How long is this? Yeah, we'll do Arkstalker and we'll start Dark Serpent. These are like the two interim chapters. And then we'll move into the Bronya arc. Which I'm excited. I like the Bronya arc a lot, actually. This is a really good one. It should be fun. What's the relevant stuff for this? Is it Azure Waters and then something? Yes, Azure Waters. I knew it. I knew it would be. I don't know. This has been fun, though. I like going back through this stuff. I'm learning a lot of like little things here or there that like I had forgotten about because it's been so long. Because I mean, I could replay this stuff, but like once we get to... where is it? It's here. Technically speaking, I could probably use my account to go through everything up to Thus Spoke Apocalypse, but Insane's account needs to be leveled up anyway, and I'll have to get to this point on his account anyways, so it won't matter. But like, we'll get around here inevitably. Chapter Immortal. We have so much shit to do. I can't wait for this. I'm so excited about this. The Flame Chaser arc is my favorite arc in the entire game. It's so fucking good. This is a little bit of a tangent. So I went to a bookstore the other day against my better judgment, and they had like little blind bags for Honkai Impact 3rd merch, which we never find merch for Impact 3rd, like ever. Like never happens. They have one for all the Flame Chasers with like little ramen bowls with little chibi heads on them. And I bought like 10 bags, and now I have all 13 Flame Chasers, because I had a couple of them, right? I have all 13 Flame Chasers as little chibi ramens. They're on my shelf, and it's super fucking cute. I want to put them in a blender. I love them. They're so good. I can't wait to like every time I look at them, I'm like, I love these things. They're so cute. Okay, so Star Rails patches next week, right? Am I remembering that correct? We got a new Star Rail thing. So we will do that sometime next week. We'll do more of this as well. I think we have to do like a shorter stream on my account where we do Elysian Realm runs with Sealy. Just because I need to do that. I have not... I don't even know if I've unlocked her yet. Yeah, I didn't even do that. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, she's over here. 10 days, I think? Okay, if there's not a Star Rail patch next week, then we'll do maybe 2 streams of this. For sure Saturday. Saturday's definitely going to happen. We'll do more of this stuff. But I might do like a shorter stream during the week of Elysian Realm runs and stuff so we can just kind of chat about the new like state of things and what's happening. Which I think could be really fun. Anyone that we know that's live right now? God, Honkai in red. I think we'll just leave it right there for now. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I've had a great time. I'm so much enjoying like coming back to this old content. I haven't seen this stuff in so fucking long. It genuinely makes me so happy to like come back to these old things and just experience this stuff anew. It's so much fun. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I've had a great time. So look forward to it. And for sure next Saturday we'll do more story. For sure next Saturday. And then Wednesday maybe we'll do this. You're Spider-Man, you're live? What? What are you talking about? I'm so confused. What are you talking about, Insane? Okay, whatever. Okay, but anyways, we'll do Lee's and Realm runs probably Wednesday. I might, or maybe earlier, depends on if I feel like it. And then we'll do more story stuff either Friday or Saturday, depending if there's Star Roll things to do or Zenless stuff. But I'm thinking it'll probably be Saturday. So look forward to it. I've had a great time. I hope you guys did too. Bye.